Yeah, this game is really fucking shitty from a technical standpoint. Like, borderless window mode doesn't even fucking work, so that's great. Love to see it.
Three days ago, Truman Zanotto, the grand head of the Pyschonaughts, was kidnapped.
Oh no. Oski Woski with it too, just to let you know, I'm not a part of this. I appreciate it, man. I wish I wasn't either.
Sucks like wet dick in a fucking Olive Garden parking lot.
There's no way Loboto is working alone.
Dude, I'm gonna need a fucking lobotomy after this, most likely.
Find out who hired Dr. Loboto to kidnap Truman Zanotto. My name is Raz, and today is my first official day on the job.
Only a sucker works a 9 to 5.
Everything okay in here, Raz?
Oh, hey, Lily. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I've dreamed about working at Pyschonaughts headquarters all my life. I just thought it would be more, you know?
Come on, we're going to be late for the morale corral.
And that's how we managed to raise profits. The 900%.
It does look like a PS2 game.
That's right. Thank you.
And that brings us to our next topic.
Sasha, still have the talking turtle?
Maury.
Sorry, I just
Damn, bro,
like
she
the
bad.
clapping.
It's now time to give out the award for Employee of the Year. The prize for this year's award is an all-expenses-paid tropical vacation.
Ooh.
Oh, I hope it's me.
The winner of this award may be one of our newest members, but he's also one of our most improved. Congratulations to Caligosto Loboto.
What? Way to go, Cal. You're gonna love this vacation package. I'm jealous.
I've never won anything. I've been on a vacation. I don't have to go on a boat, do I?
No, darling.
Woo!
All you need to do is get this vacation request approved by your supervisor.
What?
Just a formality. You just need to get this form signed by your boss.
My boss?
Yes, darling. Or you could just tell us who your boss is and we could...
No.
Maybe he doesn't want this tropical vacation after all.
Get back. I want it. I'm Employee of the Year.
Dog,
Yes, you
what the
are,
fuck
darling.
is this
Off you
shit?
go. Get that form signed by your boss.
The person who
This
hired
is
you.
cringe,
The
man.
person you work for.
Okay.
This is straight cringe, bro.
Hurry up, before I take that vacation myself.
Rasputin?
I'm on him.
Stop bitching and play? What am I supposed to play,
Keep up
dude?
with him, Raz, and he'll lead you straight to his boss.
We'll try to head him off.
Be careful, darling.
Stay close to him, Raz.
Don't freak him out.
Remember to act casual.
I am acting casual.
What's that?
I said, I love Casual Friday. Am I right? Attention. The tooth is loose.
Don't lose him, Raz.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
I think he suspects something. He's taking countermeasures.
Just remember your basic training, soldier.
Right.
Are you following me? You are following me. This was all a trick. I'm not Employee of the Year. I'm the greatest dentist of our century.
Then why is his teeth looking British?
All agents, the tooth has gone bad. Repeat, the tooth has
Delta
gone
goal
bad.
of the two, we went from dude bro shooters to this. I know, man. Life's not fair.
Looking for me? Well, come and get me. Why are you taking so long? I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation.
Watch out!
Hey, you're not supposed to walk that way.
My posters! Coach!
No time for small talk, soldier. The
And
enemy
Doom
is
Boom
on
with the
the move.
569
But we've
video
got it covered. This
lolcal hunter
way.
tier list. Alright, we'll see how we're doing on time because we do have the synthetic man
Can't
videos
let
to
them
watch
shake
tonight.
us.
Now, before the procedure, it's very important that we clean out your dentist site. You don't want any dirty. Go away!
Oh, stand down! Soldier, I've been kicked! Get this giant tooth off of me!
Lots of figments of Lobato's imagination in here.
When you see a figment, suck it up, soldier! After you get me out from under this tooth! Finally! Great job following orders, Private. You go on ahead. I'll take up the rear guard. I thought the big tooth was upsetting. Well, soldier through, Private. Unzip that dental door. Good job, soldier.
New generation with the
What's
two.
that
Griffin's
light?
new favorite
Uh-oh.
game. That's right.
Zip it back up again. Zip it.
There. Now that your
Oh,
cap
yeah,
is
man.
clean, let's check out those choppers. If I didn't know better, I'd swear this place had gremlins. No problem. I'm sure I can do this in the dark.
Coach, this room is definitely not in Sasha's plan. In fact, I think it's a trap.
No.
That's just a sensor. Everybody has those. Live in your mind and stamp out things that don't belong.
Like us?
You handle this one. I'll find a way out. Doesn't weave, Raz. Gotta dodge those attacks. You wanna keep your ass for protect. Soldier doesn't run from a fight, Raz.
No. No. No.
Get the dog, boy. Doesn't weave, Raz. Hey, you're done goofing off down there. I found a way out of here. You just have to...
Sounds like there's some emotional baggage nearby. I should try to get that sorted. Yep.
So I have to collect like these fucking scribbles. Oh man.
Yep. it's one of Dr. Lobato's balls. I should try to catch it. Could be high value instruments.
I guess that did something. What is that? Bruh.
Yes, got the duffel bag tag.
Oh, yay.
Bruh.
Yeah. This is about as fun as it looks,
See
man.
what you can find that way. See you on the other side.
Looks like some sort of conference room in here.
Rasputin, is that you? I need...
I'm coming, Sasha.
Rasputin, careful. It's a...
Ha! Here's the Hatbox tag. Yep.
Someone is helping him. He couldn't... Oh. Thank you, Rasputin. Please, let's get clear.
Sasha, how is Lobato breaking through the office construct?
He couldn't be doing this on his own. He must be getting help from someone even more...
This was technically their first $70 game. Hell yeah, man.
Get ready, Rasputin.
What a certified banger. I wouldn't pay $7 for this. If I'm keeping it a $1.50.
Sasha!
I have a
Sasha!
situation
I'm like, what
under
the fuck is wrong
control.
with his voice?
Just find us a way out of here, quickly.
Yeah, don't bother with them little mooks. You want to go for the gold. You gotta grab the big boys. Help me carry this one, will you, Frankie?
I Sally with the 5. Can't believe this is what Xbox is, and I'm not being a fanboy. I just like, of all the studios to purchase, why did they purchase this one? This is like the least fitting to like Xbox's identity as a platform. This is like some Nintendo shit, bro.
Sasha, where'd you go? Oh man, I need to find that exit. Hey,
Ah, they got me too, Frankie. The mooks.
Yeah, replace that M with a G.
Did you even brush before you came in here today? Honestly, it's a mess.
Dude, what
in
is
there.
the point of this shit?
Here, rinse and
Rudy's
spit.
with the 2, were you paid to play this? Unfortunately not, man. I've been doing polls recently of like which first-party Microsoft games people want me to play, and this one, the most recent one, unfortunately.
oh no, not back in the trap.
Trap?
Coach? Coach, where'd he go?
Oh, well, that's a good sign.
What is it?
It
That
does
is a
suck, man.
regret.
I should have
If
charged money for
Lobato has
this.
regrets, then maybe there's a way we can still get to him. Let's get out of here and find Lobato.
Sasha? Are regrets dangerous?
Oh, yes, extremely. Take care of that one, will you, while I find an exit. Good job, Rasputin.
How quirky
Unfortunately,
and
I
fun.
can't find a way out of here anywhere.
Sasha? How long has that golden door been there?
Golden what?
Did somebody say gold? Frankie, here's our chance for revenge!
Oh, not these guys.
I'll keep looking.
Not again! I'm coming to see you, Ma!
You see what you can find to that door. I'm going to stay here and attempt to repair my construct.
I feel like this is a game that DSP probably fucking loved, bro. I get the vibe that this would be a game that DSP would have fucking loved. Probably because it was easy. How long it is? Too long is the answer.
Oh, this is not getting any better.
Raz! Is that you? Come down here!
Lily, I'm coming!
Yeah, you mean the collectibles, bro.
Uh-oh, slippery.
Hurry up, Raz!
Here I come!
Delta Gold with a 2, but DSP Rage Quit Kirby? Yeah, but
Still
dude, that
got
was
that
literally
water
Dark
phobia,
Souls.
huh?
It's not a phobia. It's a curse.
That was literally
Back in
Dark
Barovia,
Souls, man.
my
That wasn't
whole family
Kirby.
was cursed to die in water. And
Yeah, super sad. Look at these posters! I think someone else planted these in Lobato's mind to intimidate him.
and make sure he didn't tell us who hired him to kidnap your dad.
Let's get rid of him. Maybe it'll help.
Dude, what is
Help me
this
burn
kitty
these posters,
shit?
Raz.
Is this game rated like E for everyone or some shit?
You got more fire in your
Either
head than I
subscribe,
realized,
donate, or get the
Raz.
fuck out.
Ooh, looks like you found an even bigger room.
I'm gonna catch up to Lobato.
Okay, I'll catch up after I make sure these posters are all burnt.
Don't be a snitch. I guess I can't burn anymore. I have no idea what the fuck is going on, man. There's like some bullshit about being employee of the month, and now we're like inside of some dude's mouth. Like, I
We're
don't
not here to
fucking
hurt
know.
you. We just want to know who hired you to kidnap Truman Zanotto.
Why can't you just let it go? All's well that ends well, right?
Why can't I burn that? Now I can. What the fuck?
Who are you protecting?
Myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did it. I'd take it back if I could. Was that you screaming? Or me? Doesn't matter. Listen, we all have our doubts and regrets. But
Dude,
it's
what
too
the
late to turn
fuck
back
is
now.
this shit?
Understand? What we have to do now is finish the extraction.
Lily, I
Bamaham
think
Yum with the
Lobato's
19
starting to
months.
have
I've been having a
doubts.
blast in
Duh.
Street Fighter 6
You're
this
right over
weekend.
there.
Capcom is on fire this year with RE4 and now this. What is the one game people are
Luckily,
saying is
they're
not going to be
highly
good that they're putting
flammable.
out? I forgot.
You
It's
take
like
care of them
Exo
while I find a
something.
way out,
I
okay?
think that was them. Timothy Marco with the 2. Is this a bad acid trip? No, it just seems like a bad game for me to be playing right now.
Careful, Raz. Those things can really slow you down. Keep it up, Raz.
So is this like the same gimmick as Pedo Sona? Where it's like you're trying to stop the true nature of their heart, but instead of heart, it's their head? Am I getting that right? Yeah, this shit's corny as fuck, bruh.
Hey, Raz, doesn't this painting look familiar?
Get away from me, you scary little girl!
Think we should burn it?
Oh, you haven't changed, have you?
Come on, just tell us who hired you to kidnap my... Oh, no, you don't.
I think I just did.
Mia?
Yes, darling?
Nothing.
Did you forget everything I taught you about levitation, Rasputin?
No. Your thoughts can lift you up if you focus.
Better hurry before we hit the ground.
There you go. Woo-hoo. Now let's get out of here. Loboto needs our help.
Yes. Wait, help Lovato.
Someone really did a number on that poor thing. I think he wants to tell us who hired him, but he's terrified. Let's find him and help him.
That's right, guys. We gotta help him out. Because...
Hi, I'm liberal. I want to be your friend.
Nope.
Don't forget to float, darling.
What the fuck?
First tag. Oh.
No such luck.
How full of that for Carico stories. This way.
Nope. Oh, you take fucking fall damage in a platformer? What the fuck? Why? That's dumb as fuck, man.
Mia, the mission is falling apart. We've lost control of Lobato.
There's a little chaos on every mission, Raz. A psychonaut must always
Galaxy Further
remember
2,
how
this
to
game
roll
will
with
haunt
it.
you in your
You remember
nightmares.
how to gather your thoughts
Yeah, I
and
don't
roll
fucking
with
know,
them,
but
right?
it is making me wish I didn't put it on the poll. Scotty Man with the 2, at least in this, you're not dating underage girls. I don't know, bro. That's my favorite part about Persona. the fuck? What happened there? How the fuck am I supposed to get over there? Why does my bubble, like, automatically pop? Alright, fucking, I don't care.
Hurry, Rasputin.
Can you not jump very far in this? Ah, I see. Just have to hold it down.
This is not my kind of party.
Mia, I'm coming.
Ooh, yeah, I am. Oops.
Mia, where are you? Sasha, I can't reach Mia. I think she's been dementostrated. Sasha? Coach!
I was seeing if you could
no.
interact with
I
those.
think
when
I'm
you're
the last
involved,
one
but I
still
guess
in
not.
here. Suitcase tag. Gotcha. Yep.
It says I'm playing Final Fantasy. Dude, I fucking wish. I would rather play just about anything other than this. I would rather play just about anything other than this, man.
Do again.
It's him. I've got to stop him.
No, you don't.
Box. I put the box in the basket in the ocean. Oh, that's not it. I put the old box in the basket and the egg in the ocean. No. No. I put
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
egg. No. I put the egg in the box and the... No.
I just really want to know who at Xbox played this and was like, yo, we gotta acquire this studio pronto. Like, what the fuck, man? I guess because Phil Spencer's favorite game is Voodoo Vents. You know, this is right up his alley.
In the basket in the ocean. No, that's not it. I put the old box in the basket and the egg in the ocean. I put the egg in the box and the... No. I put the egg in the box and the box in the basket and the basket in the ocean. No. That's not it. Put the old box in the basket and the egg in the ocean.
You put the egg in the basket and the old egg in the box and the box in the ocean.
Simple.
And if you tell anyone about me, anyone at all, you'll have to deal with her.
No, not her. Please
Bro,
don't make
what
me
the
look at her
fuck?
again. No, I won't tell. I won't tell anyone. I promise. No, please.
How scary. Ooh.
No, not her. I won't tell.
Bro, I'd rather be playing Super Lucky's Tale right now. Deadass.
Lovato to kidnap Truman knew he might be psychically interrogated.
At least that game has a colorful and, you know, pleasant to look at art style. This game is just ugly, bro. And the colors are super fucking depressing.
Something else.
I hate the color palette in this
I
game.
saw the thing that terrified Lovato. It was a woman dressed in black fur. She was floating over the ruins of a city, and she was commanding serpents of water. There was something familiar about her.
Rasputin, I'm going to show you a picture.
That's her! Wait a second. I thought I recognized her. True Psychic Tales, issue 43. She's on the cover.
Maligula.
The Deluge of Grulovia.
Maligula? She's been dead for 20 years!
Ford Crawler killed her himself!
A battle from which he never truly recovered.
She was a monster, a ruthless, power-hungry psychic who drowned hundreds of her own countrymen. Nevertheless,
Yo, it does look like one of those bad Disney CGI movies.
This file documents recent activity believed to be the work of these modern-day delusionaries.
What are they up to?
It reminds me of those like really shitty claymation movies too, that are, I don't know who the fuck makes them, but the fucking giant peach, the skeleton one,
It's silly, darling, but if they believe they can
the
do
Caroline
it, they might do some
one.
dangerous things.
It reminds me of that ugly ass
Consider
shit,
the
bro,
other
where it's
disturbing
like so wannabe quirky and like different looking that it just looks fucking
Kidnap the
retarded.
grand head of the Psychonauts without help? Yes.
You mean...
There's a mole in the Psychonauts.
If you think this is a mole, you're dumber than you look.
Approaching the mother lobe.
So, on with the one.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And Colton with the 5. Yo, Griff, always love your videos. You remind me of a friend going through the same bullshit college phase I'm in. But do you have a favorite Souls game? Yeah, Dark Souls 3 is probably my favorite of the franchise. And that includes like Elden Ring, Demon Souls, Sekiro.
Why did you deny us
But yeah, Dark
intel
Souls
when we
3.
hailed the
I just
Mother
really
Lode?
like the bosses of that game.
What are you talking about, Agent 9?
We were on a mission to rescue the grand head of the Psychonauts. When we called for assistance...
The glory of
I never heard
Nilfgaard
any
with the
call.
13
Who
months.
did you talk to?
I'm hyped for Final Fantasy 16.
Is he
but
all right?
Zelda took... Wait.
We won't know for sure until we get that squirrel tested.
I'm guessing
for
even
rabies.
Tears of the Kingdom is
This
really fun. Gotcha.
He's our kidnapper.
Yeah, I don't know,
Clearly,
man. I
he
think
had
Diablo
help
and
inside.
Zelda really cannibalized a lot of the
Impossible.
Final Fantasy
a mole
sales.
in the Psychonauts?
We have reason to believe delusionists are involved. And they're trying to bring back Maligula.
What?
I know.
Dude, why is she
Isn't it
talking like
great?
everybody's fucking
Cyclops
retarded?
haven't had this kind of a threat in
Although, never
years.
mind.
Can someone help me with my
It's the
dad?
audience.
He's still
Galaxy
acting
Fur with the
funny.
2, but Griffin,
Truman.
the world's most powerful I know. This is what I bought a Series X for. 100%.
Let's get him inside so he can lie down.
I'll see what I can find out in my meditation chamber.
I'm taking Lovato to my office for further interrogation.
I'm gonna talk to Otto about our military options.
Does that make anyone else a little nervous?
Who are you?
I'm Raz. Rasputin? I'm, your newest Psychonaut?
How's that?
Ford Cruller, he gave me a badge. I've been kinda helping out.
Listen, kid. Agent Cruller is a hero. but he's not operating at 100%. He can hand out all the merit badges he wants, but he doesn't have the authority to commission Pyschonaughts.
But you can, right? You're Hollis Forsyth, lesser head of the Pyschonaughts? True Psychic Tales 146. You and Truman fought the Noodler together.
I prefer the title Second Head. If the other agents vouch for you, I might be able to get you a spot in the intern program. But don't be late for orientation, although the coordinator's a real brain buster.
Scotty Man with the 2. Imagine all the
Welcome
kids who
to
got a
the
series
Mother
asked for. Bruh. Like, this is the thing, is like, I guess like Microsoft is trying to appeal to a kid's audience, but it's like, bro, what kid is playing this game? Like, dead ass. What kid is playing Pyschonaughts 2? Didn't the original come out like 20 years ago? Like, the only people who give a fuck about this franchise are like 40. Like, kids are playing Fortnite, bro. They don't give a fuck about 3D platformers, and if they do, they're playing them on their Switch.
Hey, is it okay if I go up into the main headquarters now?
I'm sorry, little boy, but there just aren't any school tours today.
What? I'm an intern. Agent Forsyth gave me this.
Really? Let's check your head in the fingerprint reader, please. Well, I'll be damned. Welcome to the intern program. Let me get you your orientation materials.
Wow. That picture really captures my startled side. Gotta keep track of all the places I've been here.
Scanning for fingerprint. Access granted.
Dude, this is really painful, especially having played Mass Effect 3 this weekend. Bro, this is more fun than COD, then. I don't know what COD y'all are
I'm
playing.
really here.
Maybe
Psychonauts
World War II.
headquarters.
Sorry, new ball.
Wow.
Wow. I saw there were the Vive, Fortnite, Roblox, Ratchet and Clank, and Spider-Man appeal to kids, the latter being... I don't even think Ratchet and Clank does anymore. Like, Ratchet and Clank hasn't had a mainline entry since, like, what, the PS2 days?
No, that's legal.
Like, Rift Apart was, like, the first mainline Ratchet and Clank in, like, how many years? I mean, kids nowadays, like, they want to play Call of Duty, Fortnite, Valorant, Minecraft, fucking Genshin Impact, like, all the fucking big streaming games are what kids want to play nowadays. Like, whatever their favorite, like, content creators and YouTubers are playing, that's what they want to fucking play as well. Like, I don't think kiddie games really appeal to anyone, except maybe, like, you know, literal, like, 7-year-olds who have, like, Nintendo Switches. But if a kid has an Xbox, they're going to be playing Fortnite and Minecraft.
Whoa!
Ow! That's mean!
Did he hurt you, baby?
I'm not a baby.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, look at the Switch even. The top-selling games on the Switch are, like, Minecraft and, Fortnite and all that type of shit. Like, the most downloaded games on the Switch aren't even Nintendo games half the time.
Intern program's full. Sorry, kid.
They're all the, like, big third-party games.
He'd probably get us all killed.
And he's mean.
Well, kid, we give it a fair shot, and it
Huh,
looks like it just
the
didn't work
cripple.
out. Better luck next year.
Guys, quit picking on the new kid. We were all new once, in case you forgot. I think he'll fit in
Dude,
just
who are
fine.
these fucking
In
dorks
fact,
and why are they
I think
talking to
he'll
me?
look cute in our uniform. Let's take him to the closet.
Bruh.
Hey, you okay in there, Rusty? What's the holdup?
It's Raz. I was just wondering, if there's an intern uniform, how come you guys aren't wearing it?
Oh, well, we're level 2. Now just hand out your clothes and we'll get you that uniform.
Can't you hand me the uniform first?
No, silly. We need to take your clothes and measure them so we can get you a uniform that fits.
Unless you want us to come in there and measure you.
Do it, bitch.
Here you go. Just hurry up, okay? It's cold in here and I'm practically naked.
That was the point.
Guys? Oh, come on. This is embarrassing in so many ways.
Ugh, dude, I hate the art style of this game. It looks so ugly. Like, it's just not visually pleasing to look at all.
It's a narrow slot, but I don't think I can fit through it. I don't have a key.
Dumb fuck. Use your fucking psychic powers to break it.
Oh! Aha! I'll bet this key goes to that supply chest I found.
Yeah, it does. It went up his ass. Nice.
I don't know the code. Rats! Oh, sorry, Harold. You're What is it, Harold? Do you know the code? Is the code in there, Harold? I'm too big to go in there.
You can
Only
control
I can
me.
see what you see in there. Hey, that reminds me. Almost had it. Time to see the world as you see it, Harold.
Let's go peep up skirt.
Aha! That's it, Harold. Oh no.
What the fuck was the point of that?
We got him, right where we want him, and yet we still can't extract the information we need.
Have you tried the... Sasha, you have to let me do more. You know it's because of me that...
Otto.
I mean, if I hadn't...
Not a word, Rasputin, until I find you some new clothes. Sorry if the fit is a little off. They're the smallest clothes I had.
Now, tell us again how you ended up outside in your underwear.
Oh, you know, I was sort of going undercover. Just like you did, Agent Mentalis, in True Psychic Tales number 62, when you used your defibrillator to hypnotize 16 trans
What is this guy supposed to be, like a Marvel
please.
super fan? Like, oh my god, I can
They
reference
developed
every
so
single
many
comic book
details
I've
in
ever
that version.
read.
But in fact, it was
Like, what the fuck
17
kind of dweeb shit is this?
Well, love to chat, but I gotta make like a brain and bounce. If you're ever looking for just the right tool for the job, come see me in my workshop. Even the best psychonauts require a little assistance.
In Batman,
now and then.
issue
Now, if you'll excuse
94.
me, Rasputin.
He has a
I need to
slightly
get back
larger
to the
crotch
matter at
bulge,
hand.
which allows you to figure that when Batman saw Catwoman, he was actually sexually attracted to her. It's like, bro, these fucking dorks.
Through the car wash.
Oh, and don't worry about the other interns, Rasputin. In Initiation rituals are a common method for a specialized social group to integrate foreign elements while preserving the social exclusivity of that group. Understand?
Thanks, Sasha. Hey, kid.
If you don't mind, I'm going to try one.
That was a dirty trick you pulled. I want my clothes back.
You know, you're right. I'm sorry. And I'm going to make it up to you. I'm going to let you finish my asset recovery mission.
Why do I feel like I'm gonna end up naked in a closet again?
My intern assignment is to track down
Dude, why is he letting himself get bullied by a bunch of fucking band kids?
So, like a scavenger hunt?
If you think like a child, you will do a child's work. Finish this mission, and we'll know you're ready for your clothes back.
This looks like a good...
Oh my god, bro, it's scavenger hunt. Whoa, dude.
Hey, fish. Look pretty.
Yeah, pretty gay, haha.
I have this weird urge to go shopping. I'm really late to intern orientation now. I better get to the class right away.
Oh, there it is, bro. The classroom. Dude, this is so fucking boring.
Hey!
Experts agree, it's just not safe to use clairvoyance. Without my special clairvoyance enhancing pins.
Cut! What do you mean, my psychoneck?
This is fucking miserable to play.
Get a hold of yourself, Oleander.
Good luck fighting Maligula without my battle bot, cheapskates.
Hey, I'm with you. Letting him build a battle anything is probably a bad idea.
Oh, right. New intern. Thought I told you not to be late.
I can't afford this shit!
Doesn't matter. You
So
need
let's
a
see,
mentor.
Galaxy Fair with a 2.
Let me see who's left.
Yeah, kids play boring
Am I
games
helping Mia?
today. Now
Or Sasha on a
Mario
mission?
3.
No.
Oh my
You're
God.
in the mailroom. Your
I
mentor is
never
Nick
liked
Johnson.
Mario as a kid. I'm gonna be honest.
Mailroom?
Galaxy was about it.
Nick John Smith?
And Juan with the
I've never
2,
heard
my
of an Agent
bro
John Smith.
Josue.
Nick's
Hopefully I said
not
that
an
right,
agent.
is
He's not
listening
even
to
psychic.
you.
He's just good
Uh-oh.
at sorting mail.
Gaming.
You'll love
Don't
it.
say anything sus. Infamous Fool with the 2.
Ford Cruller
Griffin,
himself
wage
worked in
quit.
that
I beg
mailroom.
you, please. That's
learn
right,
a
man.
lot there.
Unless everybody
For one
decides
thing-
to.
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
I'm gonna have to wage quit.
Okay. I've given
Delta
you
Gold with the
fingerprint
2.
access to
The
the mail.
storyline has
Now
done.
scoot.
Wait, has
I've
been
got a
done
base
so
to
many
run and a
times.
budget
Like
to
it seems
balance.
like it's literally the fucking Pedo Sona like copy.
One of my
We
side
gotta go
hobbies.
through the true nature of their minds. I don't. It's corny as fuck, man. Buff Garfield with the 2. Thanks for that positivity, man. Appreciate it. And iSiler with the 2. Gollum, please. I would rather be playing Gollum because I would be laughing my fucking ass off at how shitty it is. This is just not fun to me. I don't know. Like, platformers have never hit. I thought I had to go to the fucking classroom, dude. Why are there beds in the classroom so that everybody can fuck? Like...
I'll take that card.
Report to the mail room.
Hey! How's your dad?
Terrible! I gotta go get him some therapy plant stats.
How'd you get that hatch open?
Oh, it's got a fingerprint combination. I can teach it to you. Come here. It's more than just a number. You kinda have to feel it. Do you feel it?
Bruh. Yes.
Good. Tell anybody you got it from me, and you're dead. Bye!
Yep, he got the AIDS, bro. He got AIDS.
Scanning for fingerprint. Access granted.
Mr. John Smith? Hello? New intern here.
What a mess. He's usually so organized.
Why is there a
Where is
currency
it?
capacity?
Pouch is full.
I hope Nick's okay.
There's a narrow slot, but I don't think I can fit through it.
Yeah, 10-inch probes.
Aha! Got some intern credits.
Bro, I'm so good at this game.
With that side card, I can make a side challenge marker back at the automatic. Oh! Yep. Everything okay in here?
Who are you?
I'm, Nick John Smith's new intern.
Oh, so you're the one not sorting all this mail.
Wait!
Better get all this mail sorted, quick! You're making Nick look bad.
Dude, I love doing chores in video games.
Can't leave this card lying around.
Wow, this is fun, guys.
This package is addressed to Truman Zanotto. Hey, this might be important. I'd better bring it to Truman. Technically, this heavy. What the heck did Truman order here? Ouch! That did some damage. Sorry, Truman. Alley-oop! Come on, Rasputin. Precious cargo. What the?
Oh
Hey,
my
you
god.
guys gotta check this out. The new kid killed Nick.
He's alive, but he's brainless.
What kind of sick monster would steal Nick's brain? I mean, Nick!
Maybe he saw something he shouldn't have.
But why keep his body alive?
And why mail it to the Grand Head of the Psychonauts?
It could be a warning.
Hey, guys. Does the Lady Luctopus Casino mean anything to you?
Isn't that where we sent Agent 33?
To investigate suspected delusionist activity?
Agent 33 is 2 days late with her status update.
Holy shit, this is fucking boring.
I'll get the jet.
I would rather be playing Knack, bro. Knack
I'll
looks way
stay
better
here
and is way
and
more
protect the
fun.
children.
What? Aren't we
Sicky
all
with the
going on the
6,
mission?
Final
We could use you in
Fantasy
Tactical Command,
16
Agent
surprisingly has less marketing
And
than
maybe
50.
the
I
interns
agree,
would
man. I have
benefit
not seen
from-
much
It's
marketing
not
for it.
safe. Not while we have a double agent among us.
Sony's
I'll
been
take her
skimping out,
place.
bro.
I've heard the buffet there is shockingly reasonable.
Well, if you reconsider, meet us on the jet pad within the hour.
Can't we just...
No, all of you, to the interns' bay. Now! I've got some training exercises planned today that are both informative and safe.
TV.
I'll bet those guys took Nick's body back to the mailroom. I should go check and see if he's okay. He is my mentor, after all.
Scanning for finger access. Granted.
Yo, what's that machine I can spend my shekels on? Because I feel like I should get rid of them.
Be a rank riser, not card miser. Combine your psi cards with a cycle. Have a look around.
Oh, this was it. Cool.
Let's combine that psi core with your cards so you can rank up. Careful how you use that one, Sonny. Let's combine that psi core with your cards so you can rank up. Perfect.
So much cool stuff in there. I'll come back later for the rest of it.
Scanning access. Granted.
JK!
JK?
Just kidding, guys.
But I'm a young, quirky individual, so I just say the fucking phrase.
Package. Airmail? Airmail? Airmail?
What is he doing?
Return, sender. Airmail?
Go to class. I don't know why it said I needed to go check on him. He's not fucking doing anything. No, Final Fantasy's never flopped other than a Realm Reborn. Or not, fuck. Final Fantasy 14 before Realm Reborn flopped. But like single player one? No, I don't think
Agent
so.
33, please report to Agent Forsyth's office.
Is something bothering you?
Just thinking about Nick, you know?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, good. You're finally here. Let me know when you're prepared to learn something.
When does class start?
As soon as you get to my classroom.
No, not really.
What the
So
fuck?
are you ready, kid?
Yeah.
And what are you ready for?
Safety.
Oh, you think the human mind is safe? And that is how you perform the advanced psychic ability known as mental connection.
Cool. Ooh, sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sorry, kid. I warned you not to be late. I'm off to attend to some fiduciary
Dude, I want to
concerns.
taste what the barrel of
Norma,
a fucking
take over
gun
for me,
looks
won't
like
you?
right now.
You can practice with some of those loose ideas.
This shit is fucking awful.
But Agent Forsyth, is it...
This is fucking diabetic gaming, guys.
What are you doing, weirdo?
Try not to fall asleep in my class. All right, Rapscallion. Okay, now how do I explain mental connection extremely simply?
Let me guess. We focus on an idea in someone's mind until we form a tangible connection with it.
Oh, I didn't realize you were a mental connection expert. By all means, give us a demo. Professor.
Galaxy Fur with a 2Y pre-order 16 when most will just
do it so
download
my
it.
sister shuts up.
Well, I think it's because the pre-order culture in Japan's still pretty prevalent.
What the heck did you just do?
I said connect with the idea, not jump inside it like a hamster ball.
Sorry. Old habit from the circus, I guess.
Not only is cilantro delicious, it's affordable and easy to grow in a window box herb garden.
What the heck is...
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
You left a slime trail.
It's like he connected the
So
two
do
thoughts
you when you
together.
sit on a fucking bench on a hot day, ho.
Now you're in trouble. Hey, what's the big idea?
Looks like disgust.
Well, I'm sure it's not the first time Rasputin has created that thought in someone's mind.
Keep going, Raz.
I wonder if our beloved...
Not only is cilantro delicious, it's affordable. Easy to grow in a window box. I know cilantro reduces the risk of digestive distress, but it tastes like soap. And honestly, I'd rather have the gas.
Hey, Raz. If you can change Forsyth's opinion of cilantro, maybe you could change her mind about the casino mission.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, she worries about us kids too much. It's taking years off of her life expectancy.
If you could get her not to be so worried all the time.
We could all go on a real Psychonauts mission!
Well, I don't suppose it would hurt to take a look around up there. Just see if there's any, you know, problems. Well, what's this little nut? Oh, I like those. Here's the steamer trunk tag.
Oh, there's still another one over here.
I know cilantro reduces the risk of digestive distress, but it tastes like soap. And honestly, I'd rather have the gas.
Oh, wait. This was a terrible idea.
Wait, so May 1st burst of the 5, one of those My Little Pony guys paid Rich to do a pony music stream. And today he said if animals could consent, he would.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
Please tell me that is a fucking troll, bro. What the fuck, man? Please tell me that's a fucking troll. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no fucking way. Oh my god. Wait. So was it Rich that said he would fuck the animals if they could consent, or was it the My Little Pony fucking retard? I think that's the part everybody's confused about. Okay, it was the bro. All right, well that makes sense, dude. Because the fucking brony would probably stick their dick in a dog regardless if it could consent or not, because they're fucking freaks. I thought you were talking about review tech said that. I was like, bro, what the fuck? Yeah, I know that bronies are sexually attracted to animals, bro. Those motherfuckers are creepy. Yeah, any furry that says, we don't believe in bestiality, Shut the fuck up. You're attracted to drawings of animals, motherfuckers. That's like saying people that jerk off to Lolly aren't actually pedophiles. Cope and seethe. Siler with the 2. This is the game they play at Arkham Asylum. I mean, it would drive you pretty crazy having to play this shit, man. Real talk. And Timothy Marco with a 2. The June 11th showcase opens with Psychonauts 3. Immediate fucking L.
These poor kids don't know what they're in for. They just don't have the experience.
I don't want her to know I'm here.
I'll just have to get Sasha to give up half of his laboratory budget.
This was... Our Lady of Restraint Neurological Hospital. I think Hollis said she was an intern here once.
I always had my best ideas here. Let's just hope I don't run into Dr. Putz.
Maybe trying to change her mind is a bad idea. No, wait. I think that is a bad idea.
I get it, bro. You're a dipshit.
Yes! No room in here for any bad ideas but my own. Speaking of, I gotta catch up to Hollis and try to change her mind about the mission.
Yeah, you do.
I think I hear some emotional baggage nearby. This hat box needs a hat box tag.
Didn't I pick one of those up earlier? Why does he run at like 3 miles per hour, dude?
I'll take this nugget. What's that sound? Ah! Here's the hat box tag.
For Percocet addiction.
I think I hear something.
Oh! What the fuck was that retard noise? Why the fuck did that thing sound retarded? I have no idea what the fuck that does. But hey, I did it. Yay.
Oh my god, look at the size of that kid's head! Get him to radiology, stat!
Which head?
You saved another life, Dr. Potts.
Oh, please. I was just doing my job.
I heard the technique you used was developed by your intern, Hollis Forsyth.
Oh, my intern?
Why, yes, well, we did collaborate on that a little.
The patient will make a full recovery, Dr. Potts. All thanks to you.
Mm-hmm.
And your brilliant intern, Hollis Forsythe.
Why, yes. Well, she has been a helpful assistant. I like the look of these. This brain has made amazing progress.
Another life saved by the Forsythe method.
The Potts method? Potts? It was my invention? That intern merely transcribed my dictation.
Oh, my apologies, Dr. Potts.
In fact, I was thinking of getting rid of her.
The fuck is that thing?
Hey, I got half a mind. Huh, I've got half a mind to look for the other half. Something tells me it's not too far.
Good luck collecting your debts after I'm dead, losers.
What? Is she gonna kill herself? Hell yeah, man.
Gaming.
Watch it.
Oops.
Good luck collecting your debts after I'm dead, losers.
Yep.
I can't believe some people prefer open casket funerals. Disgusting. At our current burn rate, that's no good. Maybe if I move some funds around, I could postpone paying those bills, but not the...
Bills, bills, bills.
Another grand is off the table for sure. Bet the gastronauts don't have to pinch pennies like this. Where am I gonna get the money for that? What if I eliminate some meals?
She sounds like DSP, bro.
Cut my own paycheck for a while.
I need that money. I really do. Pay my bills, my internet bill, my taxes.
Yep.
I went to school for medicine. How did I end up stressing about money management all day?
Bruh. Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Give me money!
DSP would love this game, man.
The most important
100%.
And it's not
She
just because the
understands
lawsuit would
me.
bankrupt us right now. That casino mission would be good experience for them, but it's too risky. What if I let them go and the worst happened? Need to focus. Only one unfathomable fear at a time, Forsythe.
If Hollis associated risk with something more positive than death, it would open her up to so many more missions. I mean, life experiences. Give me your wisdom, Nugget. Oh.
Don't you guess. If I let those children go on that mission, they would sure. If the Pyschonaughts don't get some more funding, I just remembered how dire the Pyschonauts' finances are. Who am I kidding? If I wasn't worried about sure, it's fun to take
Bro, I
risks.
missed
Yes.
one of
If I
those
let
collectibles.
children go
Are
on
you
that
fucking
mission, they
kidding
would
me?
surely die.
If Hollis wants to solve her money problems, she's gonna need to accept some risk.
take risks. But what use is it? I just got the guess. If I let those children go on that mission, they would surely die. I think I just figured out how to solve all our money problems.
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money. Give me monies.
Oh my god. Jesus. Is it finally over?
Hey, Teach, what gives? I was in the middle of a sweet hookup there.
Guess what, kids? You all did so well on your lesson. How about we give your new power a test drive out in the field?
You mean we're going on the mission? For real?
Isn't that dangerous?
You know what they say, Sam. Nothing ventured, nothing brained.
I don't think that's what...
Let's roll.
Heck yes!
Cool.
All right.
Sweet.
Woo!
I'm so glad you changed your mind about the mission, Agent Forsyth. I was nervous about bringing the children, but if you feel that it's safe, then it must be.
It's crucial we find out what these delusionists are up to at the casino. With you handling tactical command, I'd say our probability of mission success has risen 35%.
I'll take those odds. Now, how long till we reach the Lady Lectopus?
We're almost there.
Agent Forsyth, how are you feeling?
Lucky.
Well, we're here.
Bro.
Using a false identity, we've secured a high roller suite to use as our base of operations.
Now, children, you are not to leave
I sided with a 5
like
Sony
most
game full
casinos,
pick for
the Lady
tomorrow.
Lectopus has a strict no
Well,
psychics
probably not
policy.
tomorrow, because I highly doubt I'm going to be done with this game by tomorrow.
Be happy for this
Like
chance to
Returnal,
observe
Stranger
Agent Forsyth in
Paradise,
action.
and I know you can't stand it, but some Last of Us 2 action chapters only. I mean, I could always finish Last of Us 2. I think I'm like 3/4 of the way done with it. But, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I would just need to make sure they're in like PS Plus Extra or whatever the fuck.
Oh, yes.
Vendetta with the
Shoehorn,
5.
this
Good
is
news.
Teacup.
Over
I have
2.5
you on
months,
vision.
I've reported 27 CP selling sites and made 2 FBI tips to someone posting a Google file. Full out to join. Just be careful, man. Like, I'm not like suggesting anything, but the way I would look at that, if I'm an FBI agent and someone has that much like access to those type of websites, I would start to wonder, like, bro, what the fuck is he doing? So, I mean, that's good, but just be careful, like, even just getting involved with that type of shit.
Didn't think so.
Like, I would just distance yourself as much as possible from that type of stuff.
Lawsuit, lemonade.
I wouldn't actively like seek it out to report. Galaxy Fur with the 2. See you at Ponyville Cider Fest this year. What the fuck is that shit? I have no idea what the fuck Ponyville Cider Fest is, but
I'm offended you even asked
have
for
fun,
such a
man.
thing.
Vendetta with the 2 wanted to give an update on pedo hunts. Yeah, just be careful, man. Like,
I didn't
because
really want that
I'm just
anyway.
saying, like, if I was an FBI agent and somebody, it would be like if you were like a drug
I think I want a
informant,
kidney
for
stone
example.
now.
Like, if you're constantly
don't have the right
busting like
equipment for that one.
dealers and
Sorry.
distributors and shit like that, I would start to wonder, who the fuck is this guy hanging out with? So just be careful about
In
that.
that case,
iSiler with a 5. Naruto Storm 4, since it has no
Crunchy
open
Mouse
world, of
would
course.
hit
These are not all
this spot.
Sony games. I wouldn't be opposed to playing Naruto Ninja Storm. On moral grounds. The game's pretty fun. Senator Armstrong with the 2. What's less painful, this or...
Okay.
Oh, I would say this because it doesn't have the shitty fucking rhythm aspects, but it's just as corny, if not worse. So what do I need to fucking do?
I need more pins. I need all the pins.
I'm about to levitate the...
Rasputin, don't sneak up on me like that. Listen, do me a favor and run up to the jet, will you? I need my dowsing goggles. I left them on my seat, I think. You wanted to be on a mission. Now here's your first objective. Fetch my dowsing goggles.
Okay, but...
Hurry! Our window of opportunity is closing.
All right, I'll be right back. I don't see any dowsing goggles anywhere. I mean, to be fair, I have no idea what they look like. I've actually never even heard of dowsing. Oh no. Agent Forsyth, where are you going? Oh no, Hollis, what did I do to you?
Rasputin, is that you?
Mia? Sasha? Agent Forsyth is missing, but don't worry. I'll find her.
Hurry, Rasputin. We're in big trouble here.
Yes, please find Agent Forsyth right away. I don't know how long I can hold on.
I'm on it. I can't go into the hotel. They have anti-psychic detectors. Hollis must have some way to hide it.
Alert. Weak psychic activity detected.
Weak?
Why can't I go in, bro?
Maybe I can catch up to her this way.
The fuck? That's literally what it told me to press. B.
Wait until Truman sees all the money I'm going to make.
Hollis, wait!
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jours. Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets.
Don't worry, Agent Forsyth. I can fix this.
Mesdames et messieurs, rien ne va plus. Ladies and gentlemen, no more bets.
Huh. Well, it's different.
Skip.
I can't afford this shit.
So let's see, Vendetta with the 5. I was inspired by some ordinary gamers 2.5 years ago to help. The Twitter problem, sad part is, the links are on social sites so I can copy and paste and report. Yeah, just be careful, man. Like, I don't know, if I just had an influx of like reports on one specific subject coming in from one individual person, I would look at that person. And that's not even to say like you're guilty of anything, it's just a suspicion kind of thing, which is what they're trained to do. Galaxy Fur with the 2, a convention had dinner with John D. Lancey. That sounds like the name of a serial killer. I have no idea who the fuck that is, man. Vendetta with the 2, also 40 discords and 20 telegrams reported. Nice with the 5, unless we watched this already, you can only guess what this is, lol, not surprised. Let me see. Oh, that's right, you can't fucking actually use your mouse. Because this game doesn't understand what... Oh no, we did not watch that. We can check it out, man. And the Grizz with the 2, my guy be like Xbox games bad, plays Xbox games. Dude, that's the whole point. We're experiencing all these straight bangers that I'm supposedly missing out on in Game Pass. Because, you know, whenever I dare to criticize Microsoft and Game Pass or anything related to it, I'm always told what an idiot I am because I haven't played the games myself. And what is... I don't even remember, like, what are all the games we've played? We played Crackdown 3, Hellblade, Hi-Fi Rush, this game, and Gears Ultimate, which I don't count that as a Game Pass game because Gears Ultimate came out before Game Pass. Came out before last generation, but I would say, like, most of them have been pretty bad that I have played from Game Pass. Trying to think if there's any other games I've played from Game Pass. But I was told that I was straight capping about Xbox games not being
Agent
good.
Forsyth? You in here? Oh, I don't like this one bit.
When am I playing Scorn? Never.
Oh no! Looks like Hollis had a spontaneous change in her worldview. Unrelated to my inappropriate meddling with her thoughts. Who am I kidding? I need to find Hollis's quiet room again and break that bad mental connection I made.
I'm not playing Scorn, bro.
Yeah, mind stepping aside, buddy? This is an emergency. No. No, you don't mind, or like a general no to the existence?
need that money. I need help. Fuck, man.
no you don't mind, or like a general no to me system?
I thought you could use that to boost towards the enemies.
Hospital, so, your ghosts don't have to walk very... Oh, never mind.
So quirky and funny. I'm gonna contract diabetes from playing all these kitty-ass games in Game Pass, bro. I think that's just the reality now.
Suitcase tag. Gotcha.
Fuck. Like having to fight with the camera, dude.
So pretty, so wise.
New player, everybody. Deal 'em in, stat.
Oh, man. This is fun.
Come on, live, damn you, live!
Full recovery! You did it, Dr. Potts.
Call me Jack. Let's go for double or nothing.
Woo!
Banana.
Banana! Infection?
Ah, dang it.
I'm so sorry, Doctor.
Ah, well, it can't be helped. Some patients are just bad luck. I don't like the look of these. Yes, the heart's salvageable, but the rest...
Should we fold?
No.
So,
let's
Galaxy
hold the
4 of the
agent
5, he
clean,
played
and we'll
Q
pull
in
for the
Star
inside
Trek.
straight.
And Discord and My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic.
Bruh.
There we go. Also appeared in many TV shows. As like an extra, I'm assuming. But yeah,
I'll
I've
just
never heard
quickly
of him.
Pop into Hollis's quiet place
Rick Ron
and
with the
fix this
5, been playing Gears Tactics
mess.
through Game Pass. I recommend if you haven't played it yet. It's fun. Yeah, I don't like
That's not
turn-based games like XCOM, unfortunately. If it was like maybe, I don't know, even Halo Wars I'm not a big fan of. I'd be more likely to play it if it was like Halo Wars,
no.
but XCOM style games are not really for me.
Rasputin, what are you doing here?
Sorry.
Well, with the
didn't mean to
2,
crash
at
your
least soundtrack's pretty fire if you like
hospital
Big Man. I mean, it's fine.
casino.
It reminds me of Sly Cooper.
Everyone's welcome in the casino. Without gamblers, how else would we make any money? No, you just can't be up here because it's the High Rollers Lounge.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Mr. Forsyth, I need to tell you. Ah! Ugh. What the? Oh, phew. It's just the morgue.
Are they organ harvesting? It's pretty profitable.
Yes, Rasputin?
We got a patient here. Needs emergency access.
Sorry. The table minimum in the High Rollers Lounge is, $3 gazillion.
What? How much is a gazillion?
More than you got, kid.
Open up! My patient is dying! He needs fancy drinks. Stat!
In my opinion, your patient needs an emergency dose of $3 gazillion.
Yep.
Don't care. I have no fucking idea what the fuck we're doing, man. Mama Luigi with the 5. This game is the same composer as Sly Cooper. There you go, man. I thought it sounded familiar.
And it's
Galaxy with the 5, not as an extra main characters. He's very well known, likes his scotch and sailboat.
What are you two
He's
doing
quite
here?
rich, to say the least.
By following my
What main character was he on Breaking Bad? Because he wasn't
like a
Walt, he
gazillion
wasn't
to
Gus,
one.
he wasn't
A gazillion
even
to
Skylar.
one, you
So
say?
what character was he in
So if
Breaking
I bid on
Bad?
hearts and won, I'd win $1 gazillion. Right?
I've never heard of the guy. I
Hey,
know
where'd
he's
you
not a
go?
main character in Breaking Bad. There's no fucking way.
That's the last bet. Runners, to your starting gates. Prepare the patient for the exam. And they're off.
What's that sound?
Was he Walt Jr.?
Diamond Days dropping down.
I think I hear something.
Billy the Club got stuck on a lub. Or was it a dub?
Oh yeah, bro, LV Duffel.
Billy the Club and first Diamond Days Days in the lead. Diamond Days dropping down. Billy the Club got stuck on a lub, or was it a dub? Billy the Club looks all spade in full, pulling ahead like a royal flush, coming up to the finish line.
And I saw where the two Xbox removed their pride colors. I know they didn't have much pride, I guess. That's the thing I've noticed is most corporations have like completely fucking either skipped it or they like changed it almost immediately. I think that whole Bud Light controversy is really having an impact, in all honesty, because I think they said now the Bud Light's lost about I forgot what it was. They've lost about like 60% of their market share.
There's a narrow slot, but I don't think I can fit through it.
Okay, that's the last bet. Runners, to your starting gates. Prepare the patient for the exam. And they're off.
How do you squeeze through that?
There's a narrow slot, but I don't think I can fit through it.
I get my dick won't fit through a narrow slot. Like,
Runners, to your starting gates. Prepare the patient for the exam. And they're off.
Timothy Marco the 2, John Delancey played James. Oh, that's not a main character. That's like a extra. Yeah, that's like the definition of an extra. They show up as like a side character for an episode or two, and then they never show up again. Yeah. I don't think I was supposed to leave. I think I went the wrong way. Of course. Vendetta with the 2, also good news. 50 pounds lost. Japan, here I come. Nice, man. Keep it up, my guy. New generation with the 2, not true. Tipster said Bud Light's fine. That's right, man. He's gonna drink it all himself.
Diamond Days is up to an early lead.
It's locked.
Diamond Days dropping down. Diamond Days looking sharp. Diamond Days dropping down. Spade in full seems to be fading. Diamond Days spade in full seems to be fading. Coming up to the finish line.
I just want them all to win.
And it's Diamond Days for the win. Congratulations to the winners on their bets. Runners, just a few minutes break.
I'm beat.
Don't you go anywhere. There is a problem with that
What
test
the
if
fuck
you need
am I
to do
supposed to
over.
do, man?
Doctors and nurses, place your bets. Next race will be starting soon. Okay, that's the last bet. Runners, to your starting gates. Prepare the patient for the exam. And
I have no fucking idea what I'm supposed to do, man. Press the power button? What power button?
What's wrong with hearts?
Oh, this?
Are you trying to steal my chips?
Hey, let's move it, clubs.
Billy the Club in first place. Diamond Days is up to an early lead.
Don't spill me.
Coming up to the finish line.
I have no fucking idea.
And it's Diamond Days for the win. Congratulations to the winners on their bets. Okay, that's the last bet. Runners, to your starting gates. Prepare the patient for the exam. And they're off.
You got the space.
The power button on my PC? For real, man. I sided with the 2. I'm now finding out this game was a Game of the Year contender. Maybe if it's the only game you played that year. Like, shit, man. That's kind of sad if true.
Open up! My patient is dying!
I get it, bro. Regular Owl with a 2. How is Psychonauts 2? Pretty trash. Not a fan.
Oops. Oh.
I have no fucking idea what I'm supposed to do right now. Fuck do I get those? I mean, there's got to be something I'm missing, right?
Hi, can I play?
Welcome to Palinko, game of luck and skill. Can you get the patient to take her bitter pill?
Skill? It looks like it's all luck.
Oh, it is, but it takes skill to do it and avoid a serious head injury.
Oh, how do I...
Good luck!
Hell yeah, dude. Drugs.
Okay, let's get this medicine to the stomach.
Careful in there.
Hey, there's her heart. Nice, but it's not the stomach. That spot looks like it pays $1 gazillion. How are you supposed to get in there? What a ripoff. That machine is broken.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The Sore Losers Club is down.
I want another shot.
Okay.
Nervous?
Not really.
Good, that's good. Sometimes you need to swallow your feelings to get this right.
Trying to get all these stupid fucking scribbles.
I need another.
Please keep track of your valuables.
Alright, now I can go down the middle. It's irritating, man. Did I play Psycho 1? Thankfully, no. If it's like this one, I'm glad I didn't. This is not my type of game.
We'll never be able to stay here when she payouts like that.
How do you get in there? Alright, so I can't even get in there.
I will stab you if you don't knock that off.
Well,
Wait, is that blue-green or aqua? Any luck?
Luck's got nothing to do with it, son.
Wouldn't the wisest choice be, you know, not gambling?
Sometimes the path to enlightenment is not straight and simple.
Whoops. Now I'm just reinforcing their old bad thought patterns. That's
Sometimes the path to enlightenment is not straight and simple.
Whoops. Now I'm just reinforcing their old bad thought patterns. That's not going to get me anywhere.
Dude, this is fucking miserable. How is this fun, bro?
Sounds like you've got a method. That doesn't sound like a smart way to make decisions to me.
That's my baby.
Maybe you should quit while you're ahead. Actually, I think it's important to know when to quit. Especially when playing Loki with your grandma. There are some misguided ideas floating around this room. I wish I could help them make smarter decisions.
To choose is to lose. To choose is to lose. Maybe I should just give up. Smart people don't try. Sometimes the path to enlightenment is not straight and simple.
Whoops. Now I'm just reinforcing their old bad thought patterns. That's not going to get me anywhere.
The trick isn't just making decisions, but making the right ones.
Ah, a little judgment. There's some progress. I wish they knew that sometimes walking away is the best choice.
What I need is for one of those TV judges to tell me what I need is for one of those TV judges to tell me what to do.
I could cut my own paycheck for a while. I could cut my own paycheck for a while.
I guess it's not really bad.
Dude, I don't understand, like, what the fucking point of this shit is.
Moderation. Isn't that a novel concept? Moderation. Now that's the real path to victory.
You know what? I think the only way to win is... Swallowing your feelings sounds bad. But really, who wants to hear about those ugly things anyway?
Even though making new connections is what got me into this mess, I think making
So
a
let's
better
see.
one is
Asuka
actually
with
the
the
only
5.
way
I'm
out.
opening my wallet and giving you all my monies. I'm glad the Pignosis is working. Big ups.
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies. Give me money, monies.
Galaxy Fur with the 2. Only furries would play this game. Oh wait, and I got a bunch of furries in the chat who voted for this trash. Drugs. I gotta wait for all 4.
You know, I think holding down all these feelings is giving me a bit of...
And Kai with the 20, really appreciate it, man. Platformers are my favorite, but this looks miserable, honestly. Good luck, mate. Thanks, man. Yeah, it is not very fun. That's for sure.
That feels better.
Now that her heart is in the right place, I should have better luck. I need another chance.
Hey, man. Give me a chance.
Yeah. I'm no doctor, but I know what I like. And I like that heart much better in its new location.
I'm cured! Thank you, Doctor.
What? That can't happen. How did you do that?
A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, I guess. Okay, I got $1 gazillion.
One lucky card does not make 3 of a kind, sir.
Yeah, a gun full of bullets makes this game fucking rage.
Careful, Raz.
Who's going to take care of you when you're older?
My spiritual advisor told me I should avoid all crimes.
Maybe we're not betting enough money each.
Haven't hit the $1 gazillion. This system is rigged.
Hold your bets. The ball is this way.
I know you're not supposed to say this, but money really does solve a lot of problems.
No shit.
Well, of course the whole system is rigged. But I mean, I'm just one person. What could I do about it?
It is boring,
You can
man.
unrig this game, but you gotta believe it's possible first.
U Generation with a 2, just look at the title. Alright, give me 1 second. Oh god. Nominal Naomi breaks the internet over trans breast milk by tipster. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Dude, is he like really just trying to play into like the ultra leftist fucking grifting? Like, is that his new strategy? Is like just be like become an ultra leftist and try to like grift to that community? Because that's what it seems like, man. Trans breast milk is a cum shot, bruh. I have no idea what the fuck they would even call trans breast milk, because it doesn't fucking exist. There's no such thing as trans breast milk, guys. Spoiler alert. It literally does not exist.
Yes! Got the duffel bag tag. That's what this game makes me want to fucking do. Kill myself. To the mission.
Spinning time.
Dude, I have to restart the entire fucking thing.
But money really does solve a lot of problems.
Holy shit, man.
Well, I'm sad.
What are you waiting for? Clock's a ticking. Tick-tock.
I feel like the even numbers are coming up more often than the odds.
Let's try the length variable.
I can't seem to connect to that idea.
Well, of course, the whole system.
Yes! Got the duffel bag tag.
Yippee. Bye. Dude, I saw this video pop up in my recommended today, and it was like this guy, speaking of like leftist fucking grifting, it was like this guy white knighting for the fucking phase chick, bro. It was like this dude unironically white knighting for the fucking phase chick. It was so fucking weak, and I'm like just thinking, dog, she is not gonna fuck you. And it's, of course it's like the most stereotypical fucking nerd voice in existence. No, it was not Asmongold. It was some like fucking random channel. I think it had like 700 views or something. Cause I watched Birdman's video on it, and it was like one of the recommended videos, and I was like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? But yeah, it was bad.
Yep. Oh.
No, it wasn't Mischief's channel. Oh my god. Bro, I cannot believe he's actually white knighting for her. Shit's sad, man. FaZe Rain did nothing but keep that shit real the entire time. Like, everybody thinks he had like some obligation to like be friends with her, and it's like, no, he does not. He literally has every fucking right to call her out for anything he fucking wants to. He doesn't owe her any bit of respect. Like, sorry, respect is earned and not fucking, you know, just granted by default. And he didn't even disrespect her. He was disrespecting FaZe for their decision, for basically bringing her on for all the wrong reasons. Oh shit. What happened?
Then again, how do we know we can change things unless we try?
And we have a winner! Looks like this time it's not 00? What?
We won!
Well, I guess miracles do happen.
You're telling us?
Oh, we are so happy.
Well, I'm dead.
Here, young man. I don't know what you did, but I'm a man of my word.
Thanks for
we
the
don't
shekel,
need it
sir.
Because
you're rich?
Yes, but we don't like to talk about it.
oh, look at our little jackpot. When does it start fulfilling all of our unachieved ambitions?
Right after we use its identity to hide our excess taxable income.
Oh, it will be so nice to have a couple of spare kidneys around the house.
Yo, hold on, let me see if I can find the video real quick. The video video title was something like "Women Deserve Respect" or some shit like that. Phase Rain, Women Deserve. That was the video. Okay, that's the Birdman video. Let me see if it pops up in my recommended again when I click on that. I'm looking. I don't know if it's going to. Fuck. Let me try searching again. Oh, this was it, man. Women deserve better, and that shouldn't be controversial. The Grace Van Dien phase scandal is the name of the video. Oh my god, bro. Bruh. That was the title of the video. Holy shit, man. Yeah. I don't know, man.
I have $2 gazillion.
She's not gonna fuck
Please
you,
put
bro.
the third gazillion on my room tab.
Sir.
I'm making progress, but it's time to wrap this up once and for all. Sasha and me are in.
I only got like 5 minutes into it, if I'm being honest. If even that long. How long is the video? I watched like very little of it. I just remember the bar barely being filled. Yeah, it's 10 minutes. I maybe watched half of it, and that's being generous. But, yeah. It just gave off like, please, please, please. Give me a chance. But yeah, it popped up after Birdman's video I was watching on the situation. Just because I like watching, I like to know who's actually based or not on the platform. And I felt like Birdman probably would have a base take. Yeah, I'm not like the other guys. If we're dating, I'll be the one making you a sandwich. You give me a lot of credit for what? For playing this trash or something different? Abel with the 2 gamer pride. That's right, man.
Gaming.
For letting people talk shit about. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it ain't that deep, man. My vagina's not gonna bleed too much.
I think I hear some emotional baggage nearby. I need the purse tag here.
I can upgrade? Whoa, dude.
I know it's only for emergencies, but I really feel like trying out my improved pyrokinesis. I feel like I'm finally getting the hang of these mental connections. My side blast feels a lot blastier now.
I'm not a fan of this, personally. I think it's incredibly boring. But that's kind of par for the course for all platformers, in my opinion, but yeah. So, High Roller, did I do this one yet? Maternity? I think so. There wasn't anything in there. Oh wait, no, I did Maternity. Record. Doctors only had nothing in it. Maternity, I think, is the one I just did. Pharmacy, I did. Oh wait, are they green if I've completed them? No. Okay. Try this. Dude, I don't fucking remember which ones I've done.
Yeah, my boys got this.
Oh, I'm having the time of my life, man. Absolute time of my life. So I guess I gotta figure out what to do in here.
Prepare the patient for the exam. And they're off.
I know I'm gonna win this time.
Diamond Days dropping down. Diamond Days is up to an early lead. Spade and Full out in front. Diamond Days looking sharp.
I waited until my suit lost twice and then bet on them with all my money.
This is so exciting! Coming up to the finish line. Billy the Club wins the race, folks. Congratulations to the winners on their bets. Runners, just a few minutes break.
So what am I supposed to fucking do in this shit?
I'm sorry. We just can't let you leave in your condition.
I'd like to make a bet.
Alright, there we go.
I gotta follow my heart.
What? Haven't you seen the odds?
And they're off. Coming up to the finish line. And it's Diamond Days for the win!
That's weird. Most people usually win every time. Well,
Okay.
I'd like to make a bet.
sure. Which...
I gotta follow my heart.
You never learn, do you?
This time for...
And they're off.
That's weird. Most people usually win every time. Well,
Okay.
I'd like to make a bet.
I'm confused.
sure.
So what?
Diamonds are a gambler's best friend.
I wouldn't know. I work for... That's weird. Most people usually win every time. Well, try again. Bye.
Bro, what the
Okay,
fuck am I
that's the
supposed to
last
do?
bet. Runners to your starting. They're off.
I'd like to make a bet. I'd like to join the winners.
That's weird. Most people usually...
Okay.
I'd like to make a bet. I'm digging for luck with spades.
That's weird. Most people usually win every time. Well, try again. Bye.
Okay. To your starting gates. Prepare the patient for the exam. And they're off.
You trying to steal my chips? Oh, am I being kicked out?
Dude, what the fuck am I supposed to
I'd like to make
do?
a bet. I gotta follow my heart.
You never learn, do you?
This time for sure.
And they're off. Coming up to the finish line. And it's Diamond Days for the win!
That's weird. Most people
Bro,
usually win
what are
every
you
time.
supposed to
Well,
fucking
I'd like to make a
do?
bet. Sure. Which runner suits you this evening?
Diamonds are a gambler's best friend.
I wouldn't know. I work for tips.
And they're off. Coming up to the finish line. Billy the Club wins the race, folks.
That's weird. Most people usually win every time. Well, try again. Bye.
Okay, that's the last bet. Runners to your starting gates. Prepare the patient for the exam. And they're off. Billy the Club got stuck on a lub, or was it a dub?
Walk through the door that's open?
Yep.
The other one? I thought that shit was locked.
Okay, that's the last bet.
Oh, it's
Runners
open
to your
now.
starting gates. Prepare the patient for the exam. And they're off.
Hey, are you What if I raced for you?
Different race, same runner.
Oh my god. Fluffle Nugget with the 2 becoming a
I can do
gamer
this on my own.
masochist on our
I don't need
behalf. I
anybody's
know,
help.
man.
I
I'm
anybody
playing these fucking games so you don't have to. I don't know, man. This shit is not for me. I mean, I guess I can understand why people like it. I just don't know why you would want to like it. Honestly, like, bruh. There's so much other shit to play, too. I didn't even see that little fucker. Sick.
Then again, life is more of a relay race than a
And
race.
weaponized schizophrenia with a 2, Griffin gaming, more like
You need to know when
Glau's.
it's time to pass the baton.
I have no idea what that
All I
fucking
have to do
means,
now
but
is place a
sure.
bet on Hearts.
Why not?
Then take Hearts' place in the race.
To your starting gates. Prepare the patient for the exam. And they're off.
I'd like to make a bet. I gotta follow my heart.
You never learn, do you?
This time for sure.
Okay, that's the last bet. Runners, to your starting gates.
Hell yeah, dude.
What has gotten into Heart's Content? Ah, there's the Heart's Content we all know. And it's Heart's Content in first place! I don't believe this!
Me shekels.
Sorry. The High Rollers Lounge only
Triple
admits...
gazillionaires, of course. I would belong to no lesser club. Now, let me in before I call my expensive lawyer.
Well then, please come in, sir. If you're willing to take the risk.
Agent Forsyth, I'm sorry. This is all my fault.
Aquato, I hope you're not trying to take credit for my brilliant idea for solving all the Psychonauts' financial problems.
Yes! I mean, no! I mean...
Weaponized
I made some
schizophrenia with a
bad
2.
connections in your
Grouse is a
mind,
type
and there was
of
some
bird.
sort of a bad
Also, thoughts on this game.
reaction, and now...
Not for me. Standard, boring platformer, in my opinion. I am definitely not a platformer.
Who are you calling a bad idea? I am the sweetest of dreams, the spirit of unbeatable optimism. I am the ultimate
Luctopus?
victory
Hell
of
yeah,
hope
man.
over mathematics.
Luctopussy, more like.
And the lady Luctopus. But you can call me Lucky.
You are my own creation. I command you to stop.
All right, this.
Only I could get to my yo-yo. I wouldn't say that you can't tilt this.
Rats. My side rats really doesn't work on it.
Wow, you. Nice try.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do.
The boy has hit the mental jackpot. I'm pleased.
Outside, this really isn't like you.
Well, I hope you bet on bomb, because that's what you got.
Hang on, Izzy.
Nice shot, Goober.
All right.
Goober.
Let's free the others together now.
No, you two get out of here before she cards you again.
I'm on a roll. No, you can't kick me out. This is my casino. House always wins. Go.
Ooh, I get the skull fucker. Let's go, man.
I'm back. Back in action. How much did I lose? Doesn't matter. Still in the game, still in the game. No time to walk away. After all, I still have some valuable cards here.
I had like 0 fucking health, so I'm probably gonna die.
I thought
This situation is not
but
ideal.
I think I should just card you like the rest.
Oh,
Looks like it's
fuck, I
time
lost
for
one of
a
the
fresh
health.
deck.
It's pretty homo.
Ooh, you're in luck. This card comes with a free prize.
You can do this. Please do it quickly.
This card just says, send more cards.
Rescue it. That's my friend right there.
It's about time.
Ah! Hit me. Everything on red. Come on. 7. Hey, okay. That time I was just faking. Ooh, this
just
battle
remember,
has my ink sack
We didn't leave
all
a tip in
over.
cardiology.
Where's my crash card? Let's shock the system.
We've already done this twice. What's taking so long?
That stuff's got it.
Oh shit.
Looks like it's time to double down. Look at him. Ooh, you hit the
Hey, wait, are we stuck in hard? How long is this going on?
Well, go big, go home, I say.
Have to save all of it, not just the poor favorite.
When it comes to bombs,
I can't wait to scramble this experience later.
Fuck. Bro, what the fuck?
Get us out of this.
Where am I supposed to throw him?
Hey, have you ever played 52 pickup? Well, this
is fucking boring as shit, man.
Get me my paddle, stat!
Here comes the take him,
This is so
Did you
fun.
feel that? That was a good one. Jackpot! I love it.
What the fuck am I supposed to do, man? I can't fucking do anything against that.
I don't think.
Hey, wait, are we stuck in cars?
The dosage.
How long has this been going on?
Cyclops, delicious, and packed mental energy.
Well, the only solution here appears to be.
Fucking finally, man.
That reminds me of a funny...
Ah! I have a graduate degree. Go, shooter. Why? Why would you destroy me? Me! The answer to all your problems! All your problems!
Guess you can say I popped that Lucto pussy.
Bruh.
What the? Who put this here? It's all wrong. It's all wrong. Tear it all down. Wait, what are you doing here? You can't see this.
Agent Forsyth, hold on. I can explain. This is all my fault. I used mental connection to change some things in your mind. To make some new connections. I didn't think...
You did what?
I changed your kinks.
That explains everything. I knew I wasn't this stupid. I mean, I have a degree in mathematics, you know? I thought I was but it turns out my only problem was you.
Wait. I can explain. You're right. I knew it was wrong the second I did it. I'm ashamed of myself. I violated your
How
trust.
sweet.
And very
He's
idea
growing
of
as
what
a
it means
character.
to be a psychonaut. I guess I'm not ready for this after all. I'll pack up my stuff.
Galaxy Fur with a 2, you need a royal flush
You
to beat her.
don't need
or
to
more
do
like
that.
flush this game down the fucking toilet.
You're right. I don't even have any stuff to pack. I'll just go.
No. Listen. You're right about violating trust. What you did was wrong. Very wrong. But, truth is, I pulled a similar stunt once.
Really?
Only the person whose brain I messed with, I couldn't put them right again. They had to call in the Pyschonaughts to undo what I did. That's when I met Truman Zanato. He taught me how to apply my powers in a responsible way. The Pyschonaughts, we're not here to change people's minds, Raz. Not here to fix people. We're here to help people fight their own demons. The ones they already have.
I'm sorry. I'll never do it again.
You're not at camp anymore, Raz. People could live or die on this mission. The mission!
The mission!
Zip it and gather round, class.
Where did you...
Did you not hear the first thing I said about zipping it? Stand by for instructions. Shoehorn, dustpan, this is Teacup.
Agent Forsyth, where have you...
Shoehorn, I reversed the main fan. Let it push you back down the vent and then climb into the hatch labeled 375H. Then move forward and take 2 consecutive rights. You'll be able to drop down directly into the office from that spot.
Teacup?
Dustpan, tell the guards you're a contractor from Halifax Security. You're here to inspect the card shuffling machine. Your clearance code is 99853. I have the real inspector trapped in the 4th floor bathroom, so avoid that area.
Roger that, Teacup.
Shoehorn, I've disabled all side detectors and inhibitors, but it's only temporary, so be quick.
Check. I'm entering the office.
This is Dustpan. I'm sweeping the guards out of the area.
The key reader is operational.
Got a room number for us, Shoehorn?
Yes, it's the North Tower Penthouse, 3896. But can we get up there if the side detectors come back online?
I have an operative in position. You and Dustpan pull out and return to the pantry immediately. Did you catch that intel, egg beater?
We need a wife beater right about now.
I'm in position and have a visual on the North Tower penthouse.
All right. Time to make the omelet.
Roger. On the move.
Your classmates are on their way to offer support. Did you not hear that last part either? I forgot to mention, Egg Beater, there doesn't seem to be any path to the North Tower from here.
I guess I'll just have to make one.
I
This
got you,
game's
Raz.
so quirky and
Just
cool,
remember
guys.
everything I taught you about rail grinding.
Whoa.
Does this go all
It's
the way
like
up
I'm
to the
playing
penthouse?
Sonic, bro.
Uh-oh.
You know, up is more my thing, right? Take these to the top, my friend.
Thanks, Morris.
Hey, or even for that octopus thing.
No one's keeping score, Morris.
I am. Don't worry. I got this.
No, wait, Norma, let me get off this. Thanks, Norma.
Anytime.
Uh-oh. More anti-cyclones.
Please report yourself to security.
Oh, what the fuck? I didn't even see that one. Oh, I guess I have to stay in the shadow.
Look, I can explain.
I think that about
Either subscribe, donate, or get.
Bro, he's got a yo-yo.
Watch out!
Egg Beater, is the omelet ready to flip?
Hey, so what's at the end of this thing?
Dude, this is so fucking corny. Huh?
Is the omelet ready to flip?
Hey, so what's at the end of this thing?
Oh, okay. Got it.
Egg Beater, is the omelet ready to flip?
Hey, so what's at the end of this thing?
Down
Oh, no.
syndrome.
Thanks, everybody. I felt a lot of psycho synergy there.
That's not a word.
Get in. I'm sending you to the penthouse.
Ooh.
Careful, egg beater. We have no idea what to expect up there.
I'm ready for anything. Except that.
What? What is it, egg beater?
I'm not sure, but I think it must be rotten caviar.
Note it. Please continue.
Why would Nick John Smith have a key to this hotel room in his pocket?
I thought those were
Is he
panties on
running a
the
caviar
couch.
smuggling ring?
I was like, bro, hell yeah. But no.
Hey, what's back here? Oh, yeah. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, holy mama!
More caviar.
Wow, 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 wow!
Egg beater.
Sorry, it's just a lot to take in.
Did you find evidence of delusionist activity?
You could say that. I think I found the headquarters of the Maligula
Yeah, they
fan
turned it into
club.
a fucking trap house,
This
bro.
feels like more than just a history buff. Hey, did you know Maligula's body was missing?
We've been tracking the situation, but it was her mind that was dangerous, not her body.
Yeah, but what reason could someone have for stealing... Uh-oh.
What is it? Rasputin?
I think somebody misses Maligula. A lot.
Oh my god.
Bring us all the evidence you can find, egg beater. Especially anything that could help us identify the double agent in the Pyschonaughts.
Will do.
Necromancy. Ugh. These books are pseudoscience mumble-jumble.
There's nothing in these papers that identifies our double agent.
I'm afraid there's only one prime suspect right now.
Who?
Nick.
No.
The key was on his body. He has to be connected somehow.
But how could he kidnap Truman if he was in a box? Brainless.
Good point. There must be another.
By the way, where were you, Hollis, when I was trapped in the...
Oh look, we're landing!
Wow, dude, she sure wanted to change that topic quick.
Great job, everybody. Let's regroup in my classroom for mission debriefing.
I guess I should see if I can find anything in these ridiculous books.
And I'll take a closer look at these papers. Oh, Sasha. I just don't know who to trust anymore.
I know I should show this to the others, but I want to talk to Lily about it first. Alone. It's really bothering me. I should go to Truman's office and talk to Lily about it.
Improve your networking skills with our new mental connection pins. Brand new mental connection pins available.
Fuck me, man.
Thanks for visiting the Automatic.
Hey, kid.
In Truman's office.
Yep.
Scanning for fingerprint. Access granted.
Cody with the 1 month. Griffin, are you gonna stream?
May I speak to
Final
you for a
Fantasy 16
minute?
on day 1?
Oh, but-
Yeah, most likely. I don't know if I'll finish it on stream
Okay.
because I kind of want to play that quickly. But I'll definitely like start playing it on stream. Yes.
Is this about what happened in Hollis's mind?
Yes.
I can explain.
No need. Do you remember this place, Rasputin?
It's the collective unconscious, the shared portion of all human psyches.
I thought this might be a good place to talk about the incredible access we Psychonauts have, and the trust that goes with it.
I know. I really messed up. I thought I could fix it.
You thought you could manipulate another person's mind to bend their will to your own. There are few things worse, Rasputin. Agent Forsyth seems to feel you've learned your lesson, and that no further consequences are needed. I think she's being too lenient. Next time you find yourself in someone's mind and it occurs to you to overreach your boundaries, use this.
Smelling salts?
These will cause you to exit the brain immediately before any damage is done. You may also use this place to return to some of the mines you've already visited, of course, if you feel there is some unfinished business there. Use the smelling salts when you feel ready to leave.
Thanks, Sasha. And I'm sorry. The note I found at the casino was really bothering me. I should go to Truman's office and talk to Lily about it.
I really thought that would work.
Looks like no one will ever know.
When's the Summer Games Fest event? I have no idea, honestly. I have no clue.
What's up, little guy?
Scanning access granted.
Oh, I see Agent Forsyth over there.
Go.
Agent?
Hello, stranger.
Yoink.
Who do I need to talk to? Fuck. Talk to Lily in Truman's office. Is this Truman's office?
Scanning for fingerprint. Access granted.
Yep. Lily, how is he?
Oh, Raz, I can't figure out what's wrong. These plants are supposed to feed off his psychic energy and help me figure out what's going on. But they keep dying. I think his Silurian poisoning must be worse than we thought.
Listen, Lily, I have to talk to you about something I found on the casino mission. Have you been contacted by any strangers or even someone you know acting funny, trying to...
To turn me into a spy and help kidnap my dad? Is that what you're implying?
No, but I wanted to warn you. People are going to ask.
Look, I know I talk smack about the Psychonauts and say they aren't what they used to be. And I know I'm a terrible daughter and a disappointment to my father, okay? But, oh, never mind!
Lily, hang on!
Bruh.
Rasputin.
Truman! You're awake! Hang on, let me tell the others!
No, Rasputin, no one must know. There's a spy among us. We don't know who to trust.
But...
If the wrong person hears what I'm about to tell you, people could die.
But, Lily!
We must keep this information from her to protect her.
Truman, I don't understand. Who kidnapped you?
I only saw that psycho in the shower cap.
But Lobato must have had help. We think it's the delusionists. And they're even trying to bring back...
Maligula. It's true. That's what I was working on when I was taken.
They can't really bring her back, though, right? Sasha says it's impossible.
It wouldn't be the first time the Psychonauts underestimated Maligula's power. Listen, Rasputin. Maligula is coming back. And we only have one hope. There's one person who knows how to fight her. You need to bring him here. Bring back Ford Cruller. Can you do that for me, Raz? Can you bring back Agent Cruller and find out what he knows? Rasputin, this is a mission about the fate of the world. And I have no one else I can trust. You must bring Ford here. Can you do that?
Yes, if I can find some bacon.
I'm going to ignore that last part because it makes no sense to me. But I'm trusting that you know what you're doing. And I'm trusting that you'll tell
hilarious,
no
guys.
one, no one.
I'm literally laughing my ass
the
off
fate
right now.
of the
as you can hear.
free-thinking world is in your hands.
Okay, Grandhead Zanotto. You can trust me. I'll get Ford.
Good boy. Go now. We're running out of time.
Got a side card.
Scanning for fingerprint. Access denied.
Racism. In the cafe.
Hey, kid.
Improve your networking skills with our new mental connection pins.
No, mentee. As in, you're my mentor, and I need an assignment.
I'll take that card. I love these things. Hi.
Huh?
If there are layoffs, maybe I'll get a sweet severance package.
I don't get paid enough for this. I'll tell you that twice.
I don't get it.
Hi.
Huh?
You can do this.
Yep.
At least tomorrow's payday.
Anyone have an idea?
I don't get paid enough for this. I'll tell you that twice.
If there are layoffs, maybe I'll get a sweet severance package.
Probably just saved a life taking this off the market.
You got this, Susan.
Hi.
Huh?
So I need bacon, but there's like no fucking bacon, bro. Oh, there we go.
Hey, did the bacon delivery come in yet?
Yep, and I'm already sold out. Sorry.
What? You don't have one piece of bacon?
Well, just the one I was saving for my ferrets. Okay, you can have it. It fell on the floor anyway.
I don't mind.
Gross. Okay, I'm closing up shop. Enjoy your dirty bacon, kid.
Well, here goes nothing. I'm not sure if you're still a psychic stowaway inside my head, Ford. But if you are...
Oh, is that honey pepper boar bacon? Oh,
What
I
the
haven't had that since
fuck?
my days back at headquarters. Rasputin, what are you doing back here? I'm not supposed to be here. Oh, but I do miss the old honey pepper.
We need you here, Agent Cruller. Grand Head Zanotto asked for you himself.
What's that? Oh, you found Truman. Oh, good job there, Rasputin.
Yes. And he says you're the only one who can help us fight Maligula.
Maligula?
Yes, someone's trying to bring her back to life. And there's a mole in the Pyschonaughts, and we have a ton of work to do.
Yes, work to do. Shoes to clean, hair to cut, mail to sort.
Now, if you don't mind, Agent Crawler, I'm just gonna take a quick peek under the hood to see what we're dealing with here.
Oh, sure, kid. Knock yourself out.
Hell yeah, dude.
Interesting. The campfire at Whispering Rock. I haven't been here for days.
All right. Time since last save, 11 minutes? Or is that 11 seconds? Okay, that's seconds. Thank fucking God. All right. So I'm gonna stop here for tonight, man. I'm gonna stop this fucking game here for tonight, like shit. Let's see. Dude, this shit is fucking ass. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is not for me. Which I already knew it wasn't for me, but anyway. Thanks everybody for voting for it. Big ups. Oh, do y'all want to listen to the Happy Halloween? I got it pulled up.
La 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 la, happy Halloween to you. Ho, 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 ho. Bloodstained.
What is this music? Oh my god. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's some beautiful singing right there. Absolutely fucking beautiful. Alright, so let's watch the Synthetic Man videos. Alright, so we probably should watch the review first to know what this is about.
You know, despite my reputation in the wider gaming sphere as a bit of a contrarian or a grifter or somebody who just hates every video game, I actually really enjoyed Breath of the Wild. It was definitely the best game that released in 2017, and although I did have quite a few issues with the game, ones that you've already heard before, like weapon durability and the open world feeling a little bit empty, I still think it was a unique experience, and I'm not one of the people who was desperate to return to the old Zelda formula after playing it. And so, shockingly enough, I actually was kind of excited to review Tears of the Kingdom this year. I thought it was almost certainly going to be Game of the Year, even if it did disappoint in some way. Especially given that Resident Evil 4 Remake, while a good game, is just a remake, which in my eyes means it shouldn't really be considered for Game of the Year because it's not an original idea. And Starfield is being made by Bethesda, and let's be honest, they've been disappointing most RPG fans for over a decade at this point. And while I was never the biggest Bethesda fan in the world, I did grow up playing Fallout 3 and loved it at the time. And when Skyrim came out, I enjoyed it the first couple times I played it, but eventually I did sour on it. And then, as you probably know by now if you've been watching the channel, Fallout 4 came out and was the second biggest disappointment I've ever had in my history playing video games. So they're probably going to disappoint again with Starfield. So, knowing that, how is it that Tears of the Kingdom is not the indisputable game of the year already? Well, it's the...
I don't know, man. Fallout 4 was the only Fallout I personally liked, but we shall see. I don't think Starfield looks incredible. It just looks like Fallout in space. But we shall see. The performance looks fucking horrific, though.
The same game you already played. It's Breath of the Wild 1.5. The same map, the same progression systems, all of the same enemies from the previous game. Yes, they added a bunch of new ones too, but the sense of deja vu you get playing this, even if you only played Breath of the Wild once, is unshakable, and it truly sours this experience somewhat. But I won't go too deeply into that right here in the intro. The game is still fun for pretty much all the same reasons Breath of the Wild was fun. And now we have these goofy new building mechanics that are reminiscent of Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts, for better or worse, which some people will love, some people will
Bruh. Jesus Christ. That's fucking weak.
Kazooie nuts and bolts, for better or worse, which some people will love, some people will probably mostly ignore, and in my case, I'm going to abuse a flying Segway every time it's even remotely viable. If you liked Breath of the Wild, you'll probably like this, and I'm sure you already bought it and played through it. Some of you even played the game a week early for free, you know who you are. But not me, I decided to do it legit, so the only tears from this game were of my wallet, as Nintendo mugged me for $70. And so originally my idea was to just play 25 to 30 hours of the game and review it and just compare it to the first in many of the core game mechanics, level design, world design, etc. Well, because of bad time management and honestly a personal desire to finish the game, I did actually want to finish it despite my many issues with it. I ended up putting in over 60 hours and completing the whole story. Now, did my opinion change from 30 hours to 60? Not really, at least not in any significant way, but at least I can say I actually completed it, unlike most of the other 30-hour plus games I've reviewed on this channel in the past year or two. So whatever, this is probably my longest intro ever, do the things the algorithm likes, and without further ado, here's Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So, starting off with the combat, even though combat isn't necessarily a focus of Zelda games, it's still the thing I like about video games the most, no matter what genre it is, if it has combat mechanics. Long story short, it's the same exact fucking combat as Breath of the Wild. All the basic controls are the same, all of the same weapon types, all of the same animations, including basic attack combos, charge attacks, jump attacks, flurry rushes, all of that is the same. So if you played Breath of the Wild, it's not really even worth explaining in detail, but just know combat centers around blocking attacks, possibly parrying attacks, even though I almost never use the parry, and dodging attacks. And if you dodge at the right time, you get a free counter attack that is absurdly overpowered, just like it was in Breath of the Wild. Now, it isn't the easiest thing to trigger in the world, but given you'll be fighting the same enemy types throughout the game, you'll start to slowly learn the exact moment to dodge to be able to just instantly win a 1v1. But honestly, you don't really need to, because the combat itself is not very difficult. And again, that shouldn't be a surprise. Zelda combat was never difficult or complex, and it only has slightly more depth than Souls combat just because of the various different physics interactions that can play into combat sometimes. Things like pushing a boulder over a hill or dropping a heavy object on an enemy, or in the case of Tears of the Kingdom specifically, you now have the ability to fuse any material to your weapon or your shield. And depending on the material, your weapon will gain damage and the property of the item that you glue to it. So if you glue a fire choo-choo jelly, it'll make your weapon do fire damage, as you would expect, right? And materials that enemies drop often can significantly increase the amount of damage that your weapon does. You can also turn weapons into tools. If you fuse one with a rock, you can then mine materials from the
I remember people
rocks.
used to do that shit with Minecraft, where they would try and crash the computer
it will activate
with
the
TNT.
device when you pull out your weapon. So if you attach a flamethrower to your weapon, then suddenly it shoots flames as you swing and takes up Zonai energy. You can also combine two weapon types together to make the weapon have a significantly larger attack range, like combining a stick and a halberd gives you a super spear, or you can combine a halberd to a great sword to have an ultra mega great sword. Now, as cool as that sounds, it's actually not that useful because pretty much all of the weapons on the overworld have been nerfed significantly because of the gloom. So combining monster materials to weapons usually gives them way more damage than combining two weapons together. So if you hated the durability mechanic, in some ways it's actually worse in this game, because weapons are weaker by default and also break even faster. Except when you fuse them with an object, then the object on it often breaks first, extending the durability. It is a pretty interesting idea. It's just a shame that, much like Breath of the Wild, ultimately it just comes down to creating the weapon with the highest damage and then having like a couple tool weapons, just like the rock that you could fuse the stuff to mine, but also if you had like a fire sword, or if you make a magic staff, which you can now do if you have the base staff and then combine it with a ruby or sapphire, etc., etc. On top of being able to fuse materials to your weapons, you can also now place any material on an arrow and also give it various properties, as you would expect. And there's a few unique interactions with arrows now. If you fuse Keese wings, it'll have the arrow fly much farther. And if you
I wish you could like actually upgrade your weapons with all the materials you collect as well. I think that makes a lot more fucking sense, especially in an open world game. It makes sense to be able to upgrade.
combine an eyeball, it actually turns into a homing arrow.
Oh, enable with the 2. They're selling a pizza bitten by Drake for 500K. Hopefully they can sell it before it rots.
And once again, I have to say, unfortunately, just like the weapons, with arrows, you're often only going to use a few arrows over and over again. Like a bomb arrow is obviously going to be very useful. Or if you're exploring the underground map, which we'll get to later, you're going to be combining these glowing light plants to the arrows because it's fucking pitch black down there. Another slight tweak to the combat is the reverse time ability that replaces the freeze time ability from the previous game. Reversing time lets you reflect thrown projectiles back to enemies that throw them. It's obviously also used for some puzzles in the shrines and things like that. Not too much else to say about it, really. Another change to the combat is the removal of the old champion abilities you got for conquering each of the Divine Beast temples in Breath of the Wild. These abilities have been replaced with the Sage's Vow, where each of the new sages accompanies you on your journey through the temples across the land, and after defeating the boss, they pledge their service to you and give you a magic ring, which summons an avatar and allows them to fight alongside you in combat. They each have some kind of useful ability that you can use roughly every 30 seconds. And yeah, I gotta say, I actually like this change. The champion's abilities were actually too strong in Breath of the Wild. With the Sage avatars, you have somebody who's always useful because they do damage in combat, maybe not a lot to the later game enemies, but they definitely feel much more balanced. Neither their damage or their abilities sway the flow of combat significantly enough to break the game in any way, or at least they don't give you yet more get-out-of-jail
Oh, this game will definitely be Game of the Year.
Free cards.
Easily.
In fact, I would say the only thing that makes Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild's combat difficult at all is if an enemy can kill you in one hit. Because of the cooking, which I'm not going to talk about because, again, it's exactly the same as Breath of the Wild. I'm sure they tweaked it in some...
I silent with the 5, didn't notice I was behind on the stream, but did I just see a burning cross? Yup, he crucified the Kurok, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Some way, but as someone who hasn't played the previous one since it released, I didn't notice any difference. It's basically functionally the same thing. You can cook so many full heals that as long as you can pause in between attacks, you might as well be unkillable. And the champion abilities let you make even more mistakes without consequences, so the sages feel much more balanced.
Yo, bass temple melee music in the background.
In comparison. Now, unfortunately, the trade-off to having all these new options in combat in terms of fusing and being able to throw any material or attach said material to your arrows for various different effects, as I said before, adds a new problem to the combat that wasn't so significant in Breath of the Wild, that being the fact that now you pause every 5 seconds in combat. Pausing the fight so many different times to scroll through 100 different items just to get to the one thing you want. And yes, you can sort the item list, it still takes too long unless you know exactly what you want and it's something you've used a bunch of times before. This is mostly a problem for arrows because sometimes you don't even really know what you want to shoot. If you just want raw damage, you need to find a material that you either know for a fact you don't need to upgrade items. Yeah, that's a completely different fucking problem. Now that you can shoot and throw materials, and there's a good reason to do so, you might actually accidentally get rid of an item you need to upgrade your armor. And upgrading armor seems more important than ever. This is definitely more difficult than Breath of the Wild, and we'll get into that way later in the temple section. But the end game really requires you to be prepared and to have fused together some really powerful items, as the silver variants of enemies have way more health and, as you would expect, also do proportionally more damage. So yeah, combining all of these aspects together, I'd say combat's just
Scotty
a side
Man with the
grade.
2, this game
the
just
only
feels like
real
glorified
upgrade is that the
DLC.
enemy variety
What I
has
think
been
it is, it's like
significantly
the fully
increased, which I
realized
really
vision of
appreciate
Breath of
because
the
that was one of
Wild.
my
Like,
biggest
Breath of the
problems
Wild
with
felt like a
Breath of
fucking
the
tech
Wild.
demo.
The enemy roster has been more than doubled, and it seems like pretty much every enemy that was in the original was brought back. But I guess that's one of the few benefits of it being 6 years since Breath of the Wild's release, is that fighting the same enemies doesn't feel as repetitive. But again, this is where the laziness starts to sink in. It's all the same exact attack animations and combos and things like that that gives this game a huge sense of deja vu. I never replayed Breath of the Wild. Personally, I don't think it has much replayability. Generally, any game that is really long is going to have less replayability by default. But in spite of that, I constantly had this sense of deja vu, which, trust me, I'll be bringing up again later. And some people will say, well, what about Elden Ring, right? It reused so many animations from Dark Souls 3. And look, I was not okay with that back then either. But in Elden Ring's defense, it did add some things, or I should really say re-add some things that were in Dark Souls 2, like power stancing. There were so many different weapon arts that were completely unique ideas and stuff. For Tears of the Kingdom, I played the combat exactly how I played Breath of the Wild. I didn't really do anything different. So yeah, ultimately combat's fine, I guess. So of course I have to downgrade it on principle. This is just like a Ubisoft game, man. You're playing the same thing you already played. You played Breath of the Wild, you played this, right? And that'll be a phrase I repeat in this review, no doubt. So moving on now to the open world itself. This is something that, again, I thought I would talk about at length, because even though they reuse the same map, they did move a lot of things around. There's completely new side quests. The Great Fairies are in different locations. There's now 2 additional maps, though calling the Sky map its own map is a little disingenuous. It's not that much, but it's enough to keep things interesting, for sure. And the Underground map is a giant fucking empty wasteland, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. But before I get to the overworld or any of that shit, I want to talk about the tutorial. This has got to be the worst tutorial in Zelda history. It's to the point where streamers have actually dropped this game just because it's so unbelievably boring. I understand the purpose of it. It's to teach you some basic physics fundamentals about the new Ultra Hand ability, which lets you fuse a very large variety of objects together. But it's 3 fucking hours long, dude. That's worse than God of War Ragnarok. And while it is all gameplay, unlike God of War Ragnarok, which had like 10 hours of cutscenes throughout the game or something like that, it's very dull and slow-paced gameplay. Tears of the Kingdom pulls a Metroid, and Link loses his abilities in quite possibly the dumbest way I've seen yet, which shouldn't be too surprising, but you don't even start with your fucking paraglider either for any of this tutorial. So I think the idea was okay, that using just the Ultra Hand and Fusion, you need to navigate your way around these floating islands, but it just goes on for way too long, dude. Even if you skip all the optional content, it's probably going to take you 2 hours to do it the first time, just to be able to go out into the open world. I just think the Great Plateau was far more effective and interesting, and still left plenty for you to discover in the open world. Nintendo made Tears of the Kingdom assuming that not one player would have played Breath of the Wild. And I understand people are probably going to argue with me about this, and that's fine. But I think if you make a sequel, you should assume people played the previous game. That doesn't mean there should be no tutorials. It just means the tutorial should probably be optional. The only mandatory things to teach you should be the new stuff, right? And even with the Ultra Hand, too much time is spent teaching you how it works. That should be the function of the various shrines. Because yeah, we got shrines back again. They function exactly the same. In fact, the progression system in this game is 1-to-1 with Breath of the Wild, as in you do 4 shrines to get an extra heart container or a tiny bit of your stamina boosted, and you have to find Great Fairies to upgrade your armor, and obviously loot works the exact same way as well, where you find loot in chests or enemies are using them, which is yet another element that makes this game feel too similar to the last one. And when you finally get to the open world, oh, what do you know? It's the same.
See, I'm glad I never beat Breath of the Wild, because maybe that's why I'm enjoying Tears of the Kingdom more.
Fucking
because I didn't spend like 100+ hours in Breath of the Wild.
Map. All of the towns are in the same place. The topography of the map is exactly the same.
Oski with the 5. Here's something funny. I went straight to the Gerudo story and defeated the final boss with only 5 hearts. I'm a true Ninja Gaiden player. Mastered Ninja. Nice, man. Yeah, that's what people did with Breath of the Wild, though. Like, you could literally beat that game in 20 minutes, which people did. It was pretty fucking crazy. And let's see. SNK nostalgia with the 2. Sometimes this game feels like purgatory. What? Because you're just kind of like lost and wandering around aimlessly. And DJ Aftershock with the 2. Did you hear that big sonic boom earlier? Nope. I did not.
Outside of there being some holes in the ground and some floating islands in the sky. And yes, I know you're thinking of the underground map, just hold on. We'll get to that last, because it's the worst part, believe it or not. And so, once you're finally unleashed into the open world, what is your grand task? Oh, well, it's pretty much exactly the same as Breath of the Wild. You go around to the major civilizations of Hyrule's various species, and you solve whatever weird climate problem they're having. Yeah, it literally is the same fucking thing. Well, I guess that's not completely accurate, as it turns out the Gorons have been eating some evil magic rocks that turn them into brain-dead, lazy zombies. So actually, that was kind of funny and at least a little bit creative. I'll give Nintendo some credit on that one.
Crack rocks.
But to immediately take that credit away, to survive Death Mountain, you just have to do the exact same thing you did in Breath of the Wild. Buy the fire armor or make some fireproof elixirs. Instead of the climate disasters being caused by the corrupted divine beasts, they're caused by monsters that Ganondorf created that just so happen to have the power to do this, I guess. This is Breath of the Wild 1.5. It just is, guys. And I don't want to talk about the story in detail because it's not really interesting. This might actually be the worst story in Zelda yet as well. Though I'm sure people will bring up one of the 2D games or maybe like Spirit Tracks or something. I don't really care. I mean, of like the high budget 3D ones, this is probably the worst story. It doesn't even feel like a sequel. 80% of the characters who have no idea who the hell Link is, despite the fact it's only been like 5 years. Yeah, okay, all of the major players from Breath of the Wild remember Link and know he saved the world, but there's no evidence of Calamity Ganon's damage. The Divine Beasts are gone. I don't even think they're referenced in dialogue. This is a bit of a spoiler, so feel free to skip if you, for some reason, care about the story of this game. Zelda goes back in time to when Hyrule was founded, essentially, or a little bit after that. Meets the first king and queen of Hyrule, which the king was a fucking goat man, and the queen was a, we'll say, dark elf. So despite the fact that the Gerudo are clearly supposed to be like the Middle Eastern-inspired race, I guess you could say, but they might even be a different species than Hylians, I'm not sure. They could be like Asari and just take genetic material from Hylians to make more Gerudo, right? But no, now there's actually a lot of Hylians that are various shades of brown throughout the world. And of course, one of the founders of Hyrule set the stage for the entire series, created a wonderful Wakanda-esque utopia, is one of these brown Hylians. Almost literally, we was Kangs and shit.
Yeah, the Ebenoid people before the evil Albinoid tribe took over the world and enslaved them for 6,000 years.
So much for Skyward Sword being the beginning of the series. And to dip into the schizo paint a little bit, the king being a goat man, who are the Zonai people who came from the heavens, is borderline satanic imagery. I have no idea if this is intentional or not, but Japan used to be infamous for putting weird Christian symbolism in anime and occasionally video games. So this could be an extension of that, or again, if you want to take the schizo angle, this is a result of a certain cult organization full of quote-unquote elites that are subtly inserting their propaganda into video games.
Bruh.
There's all sorts of little nuggets of wokeness, like Paya now having a giant brown boyfriend who looks like a Giga Chad in comparison to Link, despite the fact she was thirsting for his dick in the last one. Not to mention the quote-unquote subtle homosexual imagery from Breath of the Wild has been expanded even further in this one, and I already know people are gonna say I'm reading into it and no kid's gonna see this shit, but that's exactly how you desensitize people and how you groom them, right? You expose them to things. The vow that each of the new sages takes to Link looks like they're proposing to him. And Sidon, the giant shark guy, people already made a bunch of gay lewd images between him and Link when Breath of the Wild came out. Well, now him quite literally putting a ring on his finger, and man, their relationship is too fucking weird, dude. I don't care that they literally give him a wife in the story, I'm not convinced. Link was already a cross-dresser before this game. Not to mention, an actual child, a bird child, is one of the other sages. Jesus, he's hand-mogged by everyone. He's hand-mogged by a child. Link was destined to be a bottom. It's over. And Riju's a Gerudo, and if you've seen any of their Rule 34, you know they're usually sporting a little something extra. Come. That's why I'm going doing your pussy tonight, Link. Though obviously that's not canon, but you get the point, man. Every character that vows to him might as well be male, figuratively. Now, honestly, I don't actually believe that, but it is weird enough to be eyebrow raising. It's certainly worth making fun of, at the very least. And perhaps more importantly than this weird schizo tangent is the fact that time travel completely ruins the story of Breath of the Wild. Because if Zelda traveled back in time, however many years, she could have just told the Hylians never to build the Divine Beast because Ganon would corrupt them and end up killing everybody, and then Breath of the Wild would never happen. Again, it doesn't feel like a sequel at all because Breath of the Wild might as well be ignored for the sake of this game's story. Another reason why this story sucks is because it has the tendency to re-explain things you already know or easily figured out early on. Not even counting the spoiler about Zelda, there's various plot details that are shown to you over and over again. Every time that you defeat a boss in one of the temples, you're given the same exact flashback with Ganondorf. And even the various tiers that give you the memories across the map show very similar scenes. Even if they're different parts of the same scene, often you'll view the actual spoiler part before you view the setup, and then the setup scene is pointless, because the arrangement of scenes across the map seems almost completely random. There's a chance that you could view the biggest spoiler in the game as the very first tier. I believe it's just directly north of the starting point of the map. But despite this, the story treats every player as if they didn't do any optional content. I remember getting to the end of the Spirit Temple and having Minoru explain something that was already told me at least 3 fucking times, and then I believe Pora repeats it again immediately afterward. Just because it's a game for children doesn't mean children are stupid. Though who knows, maybe kids really are getting dumber, but I feel like when I was a child, I didn't have to have things constantly explained to me over and over again to be able to complete a game or understand the story. Whatever, anyway, this was a huge tangent. We should probably actually get to the open world now. As I've already stated, it's basically the same as Breath of the Wild, and the reason I actually really enjoyed Breath of the Wild's open world and its exploration was the sense of discovery and the difficulty of just traversing the landscape. Now, it wasn't something overly complex, and it wasn't necessarily the focus of the game, which is what I hear Death Stranding is like, and no, I haven't played Death Stranding yet. I'll get around to it eventually, I guess.
Ugh, I wouldn't. Weaponized schizophrenia with the 2. Microsoft did a halal today and an ocean of haram. Well, to be fair, I have not seen many companies do the whole fucking Pride logo shit. I don't think Apple ever did it.
Yes, but it was...
Just speaking of other tech companies. Let's see. Bro, the fucking drama surrounding the Xbox logo is fucking hilarious, though.
It was never really that complex. It was just enough difficulty to make things interesting, like not having enough stamina to climb a mountain, or that it suddenly starts raining and you slip off of any surface. Just the ability to climb almost any surface was pretty unique. And even though the map does feel kind of empty because a lot of the locations aren't really locations Who cares about a random treasure chest in a bandit camp that gives you random loot that is a sword that's gonna break in 20 swings anyway? I never liked that shit. And on that same line, getting fucking Korok seeds when there's like 1,000 of them. They're everywhere, and you really don't need to upgrade your weapon slots more than 3 or 4 times for the entire game. And all that stuff is back. Again, even though everything's been moved around, conceptually it's exactly the same. So really the only worthwhile loot in the world is completing the shrines, obviously, and finding armor pieces. Now there's various treasure hunts to find specialty armor throughout the world. I think there was probably a side quest or 2 like that in Breath of the Wild. I haven't played in 6 years, like I said. But it feels like a bigger focus in this one. There's a lot more armor pieces to find in various caves or in the underground map. There's also...
I sided with the 5. Personally, I would never think of Zelda as story, just like with Devil May Cry, Skyrim, etc. Yeah, it's definitely not the main focus, but I do know people love the story of Zelda, so maybe they should make it more of a focus.
Also a new resource to upgrade battery power, which is how you power the Zonaite machines, which I might as well now talk about. This is another thing I didn't really actually want to talk about that much once I messed around with it. I was thinking, well, I'll play some of Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts because people have been comparing the building system to that. But honestly, I got bored of Nuts and Bolts within 4 hours, so I couldn't even really test out the building to any significant degree. That game is just not that good. Just know that this is not the video if you want to see people break down the crazy physics goofiness, because guess what? Dominant strategy is king. I've said this before, I think, in a video. If I haven't, well, I'll explain it for you. Conceptually, dominant strategy is just using the most efficient or effective strategy over and over again to complete a challenge in a game, right? I think a good example of this would be any good starting weapon from an FPS or third-person shooter, like
MP4.
the Halo 1 Magnum, or from Dead Space, the Plasma Cutter. The Plasma Cutter is a great example because it isn't objectively the best gun in the game for every situation, but it is a jack of all trades, or maybe more accurately, a king of all trades. It doesn't do the most damage, it's not the most effective at crowd control, but it is really good in almost every situation, right? So players will often focus all of their upgrades into the Plasma Cutter, making it objectively the best weapon you could be using until you max out its upgrades and then start upgrading another weapon. Now, you might be wondering what the point of this tangent is. Well, to explain that, first let me explain once again why I liked Breath of the Wild a lot. Like I said, there was a certain level of difficulty to traversing the landscape. Well, unfortunately, because of the Zonai machinery, that has been completely taken out of the equation in one very simple way, and I have to credit someone in my live stream chat for telling me about this. But you can effectively nullify all of the challenge of verticality with a steering wheel and 2 fans. Yeah, that's all it takes to create a flying Segway, which, due to how simplistic the device is, it doesn't take very much Zonai energy to power, and it's light enough to be able to fly straight up just fast enough to get wherever you want, only using a few Zonai charges. Oh yeah, and it actually gets worse, believe it or not. I was doing it wrong the entire time. You don't want to make a hover Segway, you want to make a hover bike. Instead of on the sides, placing the 2 fans, one in the front and the back, angled 45 degrees forward, not only propels you up and forward, but using the steering wheel, you can somehow turn just fine. Which fixes the one major flaw of the Segway being lack of forward propulsion, so now you can effectively move in any direction. And if you attach a giant Bright Bloom seed to it, then you've got a light for the chasm. This destroys the majority of any difficulty exploring the map. The only restriction is based on the weather, and it's not exactly difficult to get heat or cold resistant armor, or to just craft food that gives you resistance to the elements. So within a few hours of the game, you can easily trivialize any difficulty from climbing. And again, I feel like people are gonna make excuses for this, saying, well, it's optional, you don't have to do it. But if it makes everything easier, why wouldn't you do it? And it's so easy and it's so cheap to make. Because here's the thing, you might be thinking, well, what if you don't have any steering wheels or any fans? Well, in the underground, you find one of your other abilities, which allows you to save any build you've ever made, and will make that build with either nearby materials or zonaite. And given that the flying Segway only takes 3 parts, it only costs 9 zonaite to make. That's not a lot if you explore the underground map to any degree. And here's the thing, you can spawn this in the dungeons too. A big part of getting to those dungeons is navigating through platforming challenges to ascend super high into the sky, right? And that's a really cool idea. The problem is, if you ever struggle at any moment, you could just make your flying Segway and boom, you've skipped half the fucking level. Sorry for all of you disappointed who wanted to see
Nice, man.
Synthetic Man do the puzzle right.
I mean, that's not bad in my opinion. You can skip like the fucking filler if you want to. I don't know. I don't have an issue with that. But it does kind of show you, like, I guess they didn't really consider, but maybe they did. Vesney with a 5. Do you think Bud Light situation has anything to do with the fact that corps aren't doing the whole? I think so, honestly. I think there's a lot of pushback nowadays, and you know, the whole thing with Pride Month is marketing. So if it's doing more harm than good, then they're not going to partake.
But no, you're gonna see Synthetic Man do the puzzle wrong. Because I can. I don't have to. I have the ultimate vehicle. You don't need any other vehicles. This is dominant strategy. I'm literally going to talk about this in the video. This is a problem because it fundamentally removes one of the unique elements of Breath of the Wild, which was the actual exploration. How the landscape itself was part of the difficulty in exploring the world. And it didn't ever really feel annoying. In fact, I think it was a great thing because it helped the world feel unique. But Tears of the Kingdom doesn't have any new challenges. In fact, it has less challenges because of the Zonai machinery. And the weather works exactly the same. Get the fireproof armor for Death Mountain, get heat-resistant clothes for Gerudo Desert, and cold-resistant clothes for any of the various mountains around the map. So this is actually one of the few elements that this sequel does worse than the first game, and all because they wanted to add some stupid Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts style building crap. Now, as for the shrines themselves, I actually love the building mechanic for the shrines. It's like the complete opposite. One major problem I had with Breath of the Wild was not the fact that you had to do so many shrines, it was that a lot of the shrines were not really engaging. Partially because there was a lot of combat ones where you literally just had to fight one machine that was really strong or maybe a few machines. Now the only combat ones in Tears of the Kingdom are the tutorial ones to teach you the mechanics, which I'm completely fine with, and ones where they strip away all of your gear and healing items and then give you set equipment and you have to defeat the enemies using whatever tools they have in the arenas. And those are actually pretty good too. So the combat ones have definitely been fixed. But the vast majority of them are physics puzzles, and I feel like the physics puzzles combined with gluing objects together to making various machinery is actually really fun. Even though, just like God of War Ragnarok, I kind of had my retard moments where I overthought something very simple, or I just wasn't thinking at all because my brain melts into Swiss cheese. I don't know why, it's just a personal problem that I have. Sometimes I would come up with a very unconventional solution to a problem that turned out really well. I wonder if I can just grab a rocket from that first area. What the fuck? I just skipped the okay, well, I'll take it. That works for me. And the fact that you can create these out-of-the-box solutions for puzzles is really cool. And even though I'm aware of the reality that most of the people playing Nintendo games now are adults, which is kind of sad in a way, not necessarily for the man-children Redditors, I actually don't have a problem with adults playing kids games. I have a problem that kids are playing fucking Fortnite or Call of Duty instead of kids games. I think that's a bigger problem. But for the kids who are actually playing this, I actually think that could be useful in real life, or at least could help foster intelligence and creative out-of-the-box thinking. Apparently, I've become much more closed-minded over time, just getting older, given I would overlook very simple solutions to problems. I mean, in reality, these puzzles are made for kids. They should be easy to solve. But if you come up with an alternative solution, I'm glad that that's rewarded. I think that's a good idea because I think that's really the appeal of physics-based puzzles. Now, as for the sky portion of the map, I actually like these floating islands. It seems like most of them are relatively important to do. And using the new and improved Ubisoft towers that actually launch you like 1,000 feet into the air, you can just glide straight to them once you have enough stamina, or you can build a contraption to fly you between the platforms. As you could probably guess, you can find shrines up here and also treasure maps that lead to armor. And you can also find an item that upgrades each of your sage vows, making them do more damage in combat, which they definitely need because they're a little bit too weak against endgame enemies. So the sky map is a win in my book. Good addition, there's not too much of it. The islands that are there feel relatively important, so it was good enough for me. I wouldn't really change anything. Now, as for the underground map, as I've already said before, it fucking sucks. It's an empty wasteland. There's only a few reasons to even come down there outside of a couple mandatory story moments. The first of which to find Zonaite to fuel your machines and to increase your maximum battery capacity. Enemies drop them and you can also mine them from various sources. The second purpose being to find the different mines where the Yiga clan is stationed at. This is where I found the ability to save the various machines you made and recreate them. So that was incredibly useful for obvious reasons. And speaking of the Yiga, you also fight Master Koga in multiple different locations in special boss fights where he's using some kind of machine he's built. And those are some of the most fun boss battles in the game, so I do have to give Nintendo some credit on that one. And on top of all of this, there's also boss rematches from each of the dungeons, which upon defeat you get some treasure, obviously, and you can also fuse a piece of the boss to one of your weapons. And the third reason would be to find special loot, either by finding special treasure maps in the sky, or restoring these special statues that you can trade Poe souls in exchange for various rare items you can get. And I don't know, there's some other collectibles.
No, the
I don't really
underground's
remember
not in Breath of
everything
the
off the
Wild.
top of my head, and I don't really care. So to sum up
least
why
from
this
what I
place
remember.
sucks, it is way too large. It pretty much is just a reflection of the open world map if you took out 95% of the interesting locations and instead replaced it with a repeating rock texture and the glowing gloom, which reduces your maximum health temporarily until you get near some of these light plants that you have to light everywhere. And it all looks the same. There's no notable landmarks whatsoever. Even the few mines or these Yiga bases where you take them out and find schematics to build some Zonai devices, it doesn't matter. It all looks the same. It's all fucking terrible outside of the Fire Temple and the Spirit Temple and I guess under Hyrule Castle, if you want to count that. I'm really not exaggerating when I say 90% of it feels completely pointless, like fluff. There's really just no purpose to this fucking place. It feels half thought out. It's funny that one of the biggest praises I've heard of this game over Breath of the Wild is that it fixes a lot of the problems in terms of worthwhile content and plugs up some of the emptiness of the open world map. But then you have the underground map, which is the exact fucking opposite. It's way more empty than Breath of the Wild ever was, which I feel like cancels out the fact that the overworld map is better. It pretty much defines everything I hate about certain types of open world games, where there's just nothing here. There's no worthwhile quests whatsoever. The enemies are often a waste of time to fight. And actually, it's worse than a waste of time. It's annoying, too, because every time they hit you, they reduce your maximum health, just like the Gloom. It's just busy work in between notable locations. Now we get to the final part of the open world, the temples. Now, if you were one of the people who complained about the divine beasts in Breath of the Wild, unfortunately, you're probably not going to like these temples that much either. I definitely think they're better than the ones in Breath of the Wild. There's more variety between them in how you get to them and the style of puzzles in each one. but they're still really not that great. Definitely not all that memorable because the design of them is very similar to the shrines in that you can approach them in different ways and have unconventional solutions, including using the Segway to skip a lot of them. I started off by doing the water temple despite the fact it was clearly supposed to be the third one in terms of difficulty, and I definitely paid for that as the enemies there could kill me in one hit. But what was more interesting about this whole sequence was actually getting to the temple. The fact that you had to solve a riddle to figure out how to get to these sky islands, and then it's a platforming
Zelda's mainly
challenge,
a puzzle
which
game.
I ended up ignoring with the Segway, but still, the idea of swimming up a bunch of waterfalls to get to the top was pretty cool. Then the temple itself was a series of mini puzzles, and then you fight the Mukto Rock, which was a surprisingly easy boss given how difficult the normal enemies were in the area. I beat him in one try, despite the fact I died probably 5 times on my way to him. Then the next temple I did was the Wind Temple, which is the one the game intends for you to do first. In fact, it even tells you to go there first. And as expected, it was much easier and much shorter in general. Just getting there involved climbing up a mountain, finding the bird dude from the last game's son, and you and Bird Boy team up and go through another
Vesnia with the 2. Also, what was the Balenciaga? Balenciaga? Basically, they had like pedophilic imagery in like a marketing campaign.
Platforming challenge in the sky, this one being a lot more fun. And there's an airship stuck in a tornado, which once again you solve some simple puzzles and fight a cartoonishly easy boss. And they're gimmick bosses too, which I guess isn't too surprising. This is Zelda. They basically invented gimmick bosses. But for the air temple boss, you just glide below him, then shoot his belly in 3 different spots. As for the Water Temple one, you just have to use Sidon's water ability to hit him one time, and then you get to bash the shit out of him, and you just repeat that until he's dead. Fairly simple, attacks not hard to avoid by any stretch. Now, Death Mountain was actually a little bit different. There wasn't actually any platforming challenge unless you count climbing to the top of Death Mountain. Instead, you fought a mini-boss, 3-headed magma dragon thing, which was cool, but it was over in like a minute. And then the temple itself is inside of the abyss instead of the sky, and I guess as another mini platforming challenge, you have to make your way to the temple. And then the temple itself could also technically be considered a platforming challenge, I guess, if you decide to not even engage with the mine carts. Against my better judgment, I decided to use some restraint and didn't use my magical flying Segway, but I did just straight up climb up a few of the walls instead to get to the various gongs. And then the boss is a rock version of Goma, which is incredibly easy to kill. I was over-equipped a bit, to be fair. Now, originally, this is where I would have ended my playthrough of this game for the sake of the review, but I have to repeat myself once again due to bad time management. The review was not ready last week, so instead, I decided why not just finish the game at this point. Well, in comes an 11-hour straight stream, as the game turned out to be much longer than I had anticipated. The Gerudo Desert section of the game was probably the least interesting of the 4, with the weather gimmick this time being a massive sandstorm, which blocks your vision unless you climb above it, and it also blocks out your map. Which sounds like it might be an interesting challenge, but in reality it's actually pretty easy to climb above the sandstorm. And so you make your way to Gerudo Town. Thankfully this time you don't have to cross-dress to get in, and you end up having to help Riju hone her lightning powers. Then you set up a defense against the army of Gibdos, which are like these skeleton guys that you have to hit with elemental damage before you can deal physical damage. And then after that, you head off to the temple, which is just like all the other temples where you do a series of not so difficult puzzles, and then you fight the Gibdo Queen boss. Now, the Gibdo Queen actually is one of the more engaging boss battles in the game, with the gimmick not completely paralyzing the boss. Thank goodness, it's actually a challenge. I was slightly annoyed, admittedly, just because they also throw 20 enemies at you about halfway through the fight, which absolutely destroys the frame rate, which makes the game very frustrating to play. But unlike the other temple bosses, you actually had multiple ways to approach this one. You could hit her with lightning or fire, or you could reflect the light beams at her to make her vulnerable. My only complaint is she had one straight up fucking busted attack with a hitbox that covered 180 degrees in front of her, which is just absolutely ridiculous. It's one of like 3 total attacks that she has, so she spams it over and over again. So once you've gathered the 4 sages, you think, okay, it's time to fight Ganondorf and end the game. Well, the game fakes you out. If you viewed all the memories at this point, you know that Ganondorf can make a fake Zelda, and that's exactly what happens. You end up having to fight a bunch of Phantom Ganons, which was a cool fight. But then you have to find the 5th sage, which turns out to be Raru's sister. So for the furries in the audience, they get their demonic goat waifu, and her spirit still exists thousands of years later, and you form a metallic body for her in the Spirit Temple, which was kind of cool. Basically, the Spirit Temple's gimmick was a series of mini shrines where you just have to deliver her body parts, and then you get a mech buddy, which was a cool idea, except that it kind of sucks. And then the boss is just a corrupted, slightly bigger machine body. And now you're finally ready for the final boss. And for those of you who saw the stream, you know exactly what happened next. I had been streaming for like 10 hours straight at this point. It was like 4 in the morning. I was dead tired. And I had wasted all of my good resources. All my cooking, most of my good weapons, because I thought the game would be over by now. And I ended up failing at 5 a.m. because I completely ran out of healing items. So I played for 3 hours off stream to prepare, and it turns out I over-prepared. I had way more healing than I ever needed. I beat Ganondorf in 1 try, but I'm not going to use this as a criticism against the boss, because I definitely think it was a better final boss than Breath of the Wild's. Calamity Ganon was a pushover after you'd done the 4 temples. At least this Ganondorf gives you a little bit of a challenge. I mean, it's certainly no Souls game, but the battle is long enough to wear through a lot of your resources, especially if you didn't know to cook a bunch of Sundelions beforehand, as all of his attacks do gloom damage, and a few of his attacks even take away a heart container for the rest of the fight. And once again, here's spoilers if you want to skip to the conclusion, because I'm pretty much just going to be talking spoilers for the rest of the video. Ganondorf swallows his magical tear stone that gave him all of this immense power, and it turns him into a massive dragon just like Zelda. Yes, Zelda's a fucking dragon in this game. It's really stupid and just adds yet another plot hole to the story, because Zelda doesn't time travel back to the present. No, dragons are immortal, which means that during Breath of the Wild, there would have been 2 Zeldas, with the light dragon, I guess, just fucking off, because
What? So Zelda travels back in time, becomes a fucking dragon, and then does nothing to prevent the current events from happening.
Bruh.
That is one hell of a fucking plot hole, my guy. Only in a Japanese fucking story could that shit happen. I sided with the 5. The only puzzle stuff I like are Uncharted and Tomb Raider. This seems excessive, and I hate building things just to... Yeah, I mean, Zelda's always been kind of like a puzzle game, though. That's always kind of been the gimmick.
Obviously, Nintendo didn't think of the story ahead of time, which I guess shouldn't be surprising. Nobody plays Zelda for the story, but this one, I gotta say it again, it's a dumb story. So while you're riding on Dragon Zelda, you have to fight Dragon Ganondorf, and all you do is fly on his body and hit his weak spots with the Master Sword. Again, pretty anticlimactic, despite the increased stakes, despite the power creep of Ganondorf being probably more powerful than any other iteration of the character. It still kind of comes across as a shitty final boss fight, because the actual human form of Ganondorf just wasn't challenging enough. I will give Nintendo some credit that this whole final boss sequence felt very anti-speedrunner, because not only do you have to skip a huge amount of enemies on the way to the final boss, end-game enemies no less, that could kill you in 1 hit at the beginning of the game, but you also have to defeat an army of moblins, which you would be doing without the sages if you're doing it from the beginning of the game, and then you have to beat 3 forms of Ganondorf. So, seeing a speedrunner beat this game from the beginning, with no upgrades, no weapons, and without some kind of glitch that skips forms of the fight would actually be pretty impressive. But I don't know, this ending just wasn't really very satisfying. I don't really care about Zelda in these games. Honestly, she's the worst girl. And they even ruined a couple of the good girls from Breath of the Wild in this one. So it's really just down to Pora.
I don't know, man. You're talking about Princess... I don't know. Doesn't get better than that. Oh, the camera's on with the 2. Are we watching both? Yup. And what with the 2? Dragon Ball Zelda. That's right, man. Gotta get all the Dragon Balls so you can, what is it, make a wish with the dragon or some shit like that.
Or Riju as the waifus, and of course, they don't really seem to show romantic interest in Link. So yeah, I don't really know where I'm going with this. The point is, I wasted another 20 plus hours on this game, and my opinion is virtually unchanged since I started recording this review. Now, because I feel bad that I spent so much time shitting on this game, despite the fact I think it's pretty good, I'll at least name a few highlights from my playthrough to sort of even this out. Like I said before, the overworld map feels a lot more filled out than Breath of the Wild. There were a lot of little highlights of my exploration, like revisiting the Great Plateau and fixing one of the Bargainer statues. Even though it was a little annoying to build contraptions to bring the eyeballs back to it, that was still a cool quest. I hesitate to call this a highlight, but I find it very interesting that Zelda stole Link's house in Hateno Village. I don't know, it's just kind of funny, and it does serve a purpose. You discover how to get the Champion's Tunic in this one. Then there's getting into the Lost Woods from the underground. That was actually a pretty cool idea to subvert your expectations if you played Breath of the Wild, and it was just a good use of the underground map for once. And you also find out through that quest that the Master Sword is stuck in the Light Dragon's head, which, again, if you're paying attention to the memories, you know is Zelda. And instead of requiring heart containers to get the Master Sword, it now requires stamina, actually giving you a reason to upgrade stamina in this sequel. Another cool moment was killing your first Gliok. These are the three-headed demon dragons that are across the map, each a different element. Unlike the Lynels, where it seems like more of a test of memorizing the boss patterns, the Glioks are more like a test of how many arrows do you have and how much are you going to abuse, slowing down time with said arrows. So not exactly the same type of satisfying challenge, but still, facing a dragon with a super strong elemental attack was cool and fun. Definitely one of the better new enemy types. Another exploration area I really enjoyed was the maze that was in Breath of the Wild, which had super high walls that you could actually climb to the top of. While in Tears of the Kingdom, using Ascend, you can just fly straight through the ceiling, which of course Nintendo thought of. So even if you manage to climb to the very top of the center of the maze, turns out there's a second maze, a sky maze, where you have to activate 4 terminals. And then once you activate those terminals, you free fall and go into an abyss part of the maze where you fight a mini-boss, and then you're rewarded with Ganondorf's armor from Ocarina of Time. And probably the final interesting optional quest was the Skyward Sword themed one, where you have to fix the giant goddess statue by going to 3 altars that represent the Triforce, offering a piece of the 3 elemental dragons.
That's still weird as fuck. So, hold on. Let me make sure I got this right. So Zelda travels back in time, becomes a fucking dragon, but Zelda is still in the game, even though the dragon is in the game? Am I getting that shit right?
And then you're rewarded at the end with the Skyward Sword Fee, right? Which eventually becomes the Master Sword. Now, as I implied earlier, I have no idea how the hell this is supposed to fit into the Zelda timeline, especially since Skyward Sword is implied to be the real founding of Hyrule, but this game retcons it by having Rauru be the founder of Hyrule, and Demise comes before Ganondorf, so is this implying that everyone from Skyward Sword died off without founding Hyrule? I don't know. I don't really care about the Zelda timeline that much, but still, was a kind of cool quest, good reward, even though the Sky Sword is basically just a normal reskinned sword. It's not special like the Master Sword in any way. You can even just fuse any monster part with it, which is kind of stupid, but I don't know. I like throwbacks to the other Zelda games. Even though I'm not a massive Zelda fan, I have finished a few of the other games, so I'll take the references I can get here. Now, as for the more minor issues with the game, one of the big ones for me personally is the soundtrack. I thought the exact same thing of Breath of the Wild, but it's still another minimalist, ambient soundtrack, with the only notable tracks being remixed ones from older games in the series. Another minor issue is the voice acting, which is just as bad as Breath of the Wild's. I think that's something we can all agree on. A common complaint I've heard about lack of meaningful side quests. I don't completely agree with that, but I think it's half true. Half the side quests are significant and worth your time, and the other half are not. I guess the biggest complaint I have with them is they're maybe a little too simplistic, as in you go here and find this thing. That's pretty much all of the side quests. And while realistically I wouldn't call this a minor flaw by any stretch, I gotta bring up the performance issues. As we all know by now, the Switch is an underpowered piece of crap. It's a handheld masquerading as a console. This game struggles to hit 30 frames at pretty much any time. If you're traveling the open world, it might as well be hovering around like the mid-20s or something. It's certainly not consistent on any level. Even combat against just one or two enemies will sometimes dip below 30. The only reason I qualify this as a minor issue is because if you decide to emulate the game legally or not, then you could probably actually get it to run at 60 frames with a powerful PC. And I think that pretty much covers it. So in conclusion, should you buy Tears of the Kingdom? Not at full price. Yes, I know some of you are going to say, but it has like 100 hours of content, dude. For me, that's totally worth 70 bucks. That is a mid-wit take, and it has always been a mid-wit Zoomer take specifically. I will take a 10-hour masterpiece that has replayability over a 60-hour bloated Ubisoft sequel any day. I feel like people have no respect for the quality of their time. I don't care if something takes me 100 hours to do if it's not fun. And look, Tears of the Kingdom is a fun game.
Amen,
but it's
bro.
also highly derivative. I'll say it one last time. It's Breath of the Wild 1.5. The main improvement to the Breath of the Wild formula is increasing the number of goofy ways to interact with the world. Between the crazy contraptions and fusing weapons together, it seems like Nintendo wanted to minimize repetition in this game as much as possible. The main problem with that is that most gamers, from the most casual player to the most hardcore speedrunners and challenge run types, are going to employ some level of dominant strategy. Like I explained earlier, people are going to migrate to the most efficient way of playing a game as possible, especially if the game is long, and this is long as fuck. Yes, there's a minority of players who love messing with sandboxes in video games. The types will waste 100 hours fucking around in GTA or setting up complex redstone machines in Minecraft. And I don't have a single problem with the actual building mechanics. They're just not for me personally. They take too much time. They don't really provide any real advantage over playing the game normally, at least not something that you can do very quickly or without a sufficient cost of Zonai, right? For me, the moment a chat member told me about the flying Segway, the verticality of this game was basically dead to me. Half the fun of Breath of the Wild was traversing the world, and now I had a cheat code. The main problem with this game is that despite being a sequel, it doesn't feel like one. It only fixes one major problem from Breath of the Wild, and that was the lack of enemy variety. All of the complaints about weapon durability, the shrines being repetitive, the map feeling empty, the lack of meaningful side quests, the dungeons not being real dungeons, the bad voice acting, the boring soundtrack, and probably even more problems that I'm not thinking of, were not addressed. It actually in some ways is lazier than a Ubisoft sequel, because at least Far Cry 4, 5, 6, all the Assassin's Creeds, they take place in different locations, different landscapes, all that stuff is new. This is the same fucking map from Breath of the Wild. I can't say that enough. It doesn't matter if you change everything that's on the map. Imagine if Bethesda makes Elder Scrolls 6 and it's in Skyrim again. I don't care if it has all new quests. Even if cities were moved around, it would still have that deja vu feeling that you can't shake off while playing this. Even if you quote-unquote debunk half or even 2/3 of my complaints in this video, it still would not be a 10 out of 10. Even if all of my complaints were invalid, I would argue it's still not a 10 out of 10 just because it's in the same fucking map as Breath of the Wild. And I can't believe anybody is still dumb enough to post Metacritic scores at this point. We've all known that game reviewers can't be trusted. They're effectively paid off, even if they're not literally given money for the reviews. Now, all of that negativity being said, it is still a fun game for all of the same reasons that Breath of the Wild was a fun game. The reward of exploration, a map that actually feels different in every region, different biomes, different difficulties of traversal, usually being the weather or the difficulty of flying through the sky in some way, though as I said, the Segway nullifies the verticality issues. And the combat itself is fun. It's fun to fuck around. And personally, I actually do like the gimmick dungeons. I like the sky map. I think that's a really cool idea. I wish there was more of that stuff. So ultimately, it feels like reviewing this game is almost a waste of time. If you like Breath of the Wild, you'll like this one. If you didn't like Breath of the Wild that much and thought it was overrated, this is just more the same. But I definitely see the appeal of this. It doesn't quite do it for me. There's still way too much repetitive, pointless content, bunch of side quests without any meaningful motivation to them. They're glorified fetch quests. I don't care about any of the quest givers. I don't care about the actual objective itself. I just want the loot. And even though I think the loot actually was significantly improved in this, just because of all the new armor sets,
Apollo,
the weapons still ruin that quite a bit. The fact that all your shit can break makes you not want to actually use anything good, and so you waste all your weaker weapons first, which just draws out the kind of repetitive combat even longer. And you see what I mean about this game. Every time I want to compliment it, I just go down a rabbit hole of these various issues. But regardless, I understand its appeal as a chill game to play. This is a game you play when you just want to play something relaxing. You want to explore a world that has over 100 hours of content, kind of like a Bethesda game, but without any of the real interactivity. But it has the unique angle that Breath of the Wild had with all these physics interactions, your various puzzle-solving abilities. The shrines legitimately are fun. I am one of the people who will defend the shrines to a point, because most of them actually feel pretty well designed, and after a certain point, you know you don't need to do any more. I did probably 20 more than I ever had to do, and that's because I kind of like doing them. So I don't really care if you love the game. I enjoy the game personally. I think it wore out its welcome after a certain point, but I absolutely get the appeal. I just don't think it is a masterpiece by any stretch of the imagination. I think the global standard for video games has significantly decreased over the past 5 or 6 years.
Yep.
Now, basically any good game is now a masterpiece. That's all it takes to be considered one of the greatest games ever made, is to just be good or to just have over 100 hours of content, as somehow quantity is now more important than quality.
Apollo is derailing the stream. I don't know what he
Now,
wants.
normally I would end the video here, but I actually have to talk about the state of the channel for a moment. If you tune into the streams, you already know my channel has been shadow banned for probably close to 6 months at this point. And so the channel's hurting for views because basically the only people seeing the videos are the core fans who always watch my videos. I don't really get recommended in the algorithm anymore. So because of that, making these longer videos is not really rewarding anymore. I honestly have always put a little bit too much effort into editing given how low quality it is, if that makes sense. So in the near future, I'm probably going to switch to a lower effort style, meaning that my audio is probably going to stay about the same, though I might spend less time correcting certain mistakes. But the main thing you'll notice if you're actually watching the videos, not just listening to them, is I'm going to be using a lot less clips. I'm going to try and still have something show on the screen that is relative to what I'm talking about. But as it stands, it takes me way too long to make these videos, given that I now make only half as much money as I used to make, not accounting for all the stream donations. So the good news is you're probably going to see more content in the next few months, but the bad news is the quality of the content will be lower if you care about the fine details, if you really actually pay attention to my videos. So I do apologize in advance, but it's just the nature of YouTube, man. I got way too edgy in the live streams, now I'm paying for it. It's fine. I'd rather be as honest with you guys as possible, even if I go deep into the conspiracy theory paint sometimes. So for some of you, you may not even notice a change, but for others, yeah, I'm just apologizing in advance. But that's just going to be the way it is for the near future, unless I get unshadow banned at some point. So, see you next time, guys.
Alright, man, so let's queue up the, part 2.
So, finally,
oh, he's playing that bolt gun game. I need to pick this shit up at some point. Let's see. So, oh, the camera's on with the 2. Okay, but it would be funny if Elder Scrolls 6 was Skyrim again. Bruh, with Microsoft at the helm, it wouldn't surprise me at this point. I'm just shocked it's been this long since we've gotten a fucking Elder Scrolls game, man. It's depressing. It's been 12 years. Shit's crazy. And 2023 Perfect Dark with a 2. Yep, not playing it because of Zelda's shitty voice acting. Yeah, I mean, I would most likely play the game on mute, but yeah. Nintendo does have dog shit voice acting. Look at Xenoblade Chronicles 2, for example. The voice acting in that game is unbearable. And 2023 Perfect Dark with a 5. I do believe Nintendo game scores are not genuine. They get high scores because people don't want death threats. Like that one company that gave the game a 6. I don't even think it's that. I think it's that people have a lot of nostalgia for Nintendo games. And I will say that no matter what Nintendo game you're playing, typically at their core, they are pure gameplay experiences. And also people do treat Nintendo games as handheld games and not as like console or PC games. So there is that as well. But I mean, everybody's biased. At the end of the day, a video game review is just somebody's glorified opinion.
Twitter discovered my Tears of the Kingdom review, and it's safe to say they're not happy about it. Despite only gaining about 10,000 video views over the past couple days, I've gained nearly 3,000 more dislikes. I wish I'd taken a screenshot of what it looked like upon release, but the like-dislike ratio was something like 82 to 84%, and now it's down to 55. And you might be wondering, well, what was the thing they took such an issue with? Well, if you watched more than 20 minutes of the video, I think you could probably guess. They didn't like my self-labeled schizo tangent. I wish it was just tendies being mad about me shitting on their new favorite game. No, it's people who clearly don't even play video games complaining about politics. And you know, normally I wouldn't think that this is really worthy of a response video, but because these mentally ill people have taken it to the point where they're mass upvoting each other's comments and making all sorts of weird passive-aggressive responses that were not well thought out, to put it lightly, I thought, let's read out a few of them and I'll just respond to them as calmly as I can. It all began when I was browsing my favorite website and noticed that someone had attached a Twitter post reacting to my video thumbnail and title, I guess, and later someone else on Twitter posted the schizo tangent specifically. And as you can imagine, Twitter was not happy with me pointing out that Nintendo has further diversified the Hyrule landscape. It wasn't enough to have the Gerudo, the Rito, the Gorons, the Zora, and now the Zonai. No, on top of all of that, half the Hylians is some shade of brown, despite Hyrule itself basically being one giant island landscape, which should have people look relatively similar to one another, especially when you have the Gerudo as specifically the brown people. It stands out that much more when Hylians are every shade of the rainbow. Twitter also didn't like me pointing out how Rauru looks vaguely similar to Baphomet, which, like I say in the original video, could very likely just be the result of Japan inserting subtle Christian symbolism into their games, which they used to do a lot. Xenogears is one of my favorite JRPGs, and it is obviously heavily influenced by Christianity. But of course
Bro, so is like Final Fantasy. A lot of fantasy work is influenced by Christianity. Like, the Bible is, like, literally the most famous story in human history, pretty much. Like, whether you believe it's, like, religious or, you know, fictional or whatever, it's, like, literally the most well-known story in all of human history. So, of course, people fucking take, like, inspiration from it. That's a given.
I also offer an alternative possibility. Or again, if you want to take the schizo angle, this is a result of a certain cult organization full of quote-unquote elites that are subtly inserting their propaganda into video games. No, I wasn't being sarcastic. There's a reason I labeled it a schizo tangent. I realize how out there some of the views I shared there were, but I was throwing that little nugget in there for the stream audience. We like to get pretty schizo in there. The chat loves that shit. But like I alluded to with the gay marriage allegory, I don't actually believe that Rauru is supposed to be symbolic of Baphomet. But considering we live in clown world, I'm not going to completely rule out the possibility. We live in a time where there are unironic Satanists. Not to mention, have you actually...
Dude, you don't even have to look at the summons. Like, look at fucking Sephiroth, for example. Like, the one-winged angel who wants to become God, who is evil. Wow, I wonder who that could be. An angel that wants to become God. That's evil. Where have we heard that before? Like, it's like so obvious, man. Like, so many fucking stories take inspiration from the Bible. It's like one of the most well-known fucking stories of human history. No shit. Like, I don't understand why people are surprised by that. Weaponized schizophrenia with the 2, you can thank Tolkien. Well, yeah, he did it as well. Like, shit, man. Everybody does to some degree. Like, I don't know, man. It's too prevalent in modern day culture to not.
You looked at a pride parade anytime in the last few years, or one of these drag queen story hours, they're pretty fucking satanic, let's be honest. So knowing that BlackRock and ESG exist for a fact, yet no doubt some Twitter idiots would say it's a conspiracy theory, it certainly is not too outlandish to say that a company could receive compensation for promoting certain things that those people want promoted. Now, obviously I have no proof that free or any other groups I probably am not even allowed to say on
Bro.
things that those people want promoted. Now, obviously I have no proof that free or any other groups I probably am not even allowed to say.
Bro. Oh my god.
Hey, on YouTube are part of BlackRock. I can't prove that to you in any way, but I really don't see any harm in pointing it out. And really, that's why I don't feel bad about saying any outlandish things, because just the fact that I'm being attacked for noticing things, not even suggesting any actions, at no point did I advocate for censorship of a Nintendo game, that really justifies my beliefs. And the funny thing is, I'm not even religious. I've said this a few times already. I'm agnostic. I have been since I was like 12 years old. But I gotta say, these last few years, seeing the world fall apart in real time, and seeing how dumb people were with the reaction to COVID, I certainly have been swayed a certain direction. I won't say I follow any book, any creed, but it looks like Christians are being proven right with each passing day. And finally, Twitter was also angry that I made a "We Was Kangs" joke about the Queen of Hyrule, because it's an easy joke and it's funny. I don't really need to justify it in any way. And yeah, that's it. That's all the controversy is over. Apparently that makes me a racist. It also makes me anti-Semitic. Figure that one out. I never mentioned Jewish people one time. So that was a pretty long intro to just explain the drama. Let's now read some of the comments. So after I'd found out about the controversy, of course I clicked on my own video to just see if these people started making suspicious comments. And what do I find right at the top? In just a couple hours, it had 150 likes, despite the video gaining no noticeable boost in views that it would from the algorithm. And look, I know some of you people are going to say this in itself is schizo shit, but when you've been making videos for 3 years, you tend to notice trends.
Yep.
My videos usually don't get a whole lot of hate until they get into the YouTube algorithm. And like I told you at the end of the last video, I've been shadow banned for a while, so forgive me if I don't believe this is organic. This had me laughing so hard, borrowing DNA from the Highlands. I legitimately don't understand what you're saying. Is you're implying that there's a reverse Jacob that invented the Gerudo people? And like the fact about this game being satanic slash for kids. God, you guys remind me of my grandparents who called Pokemon and Harry Potter tools of the devil. Keep up the great work, genuinely entertaining schizo post. Now, if you're dumb or only read the first half, you might think this is genuinely someone entertained by my video. Because someone honestly tried to tell me that this comment was a compliment. Well, just taking one look at the replies will tell you that's obviously not the case. But Do you really not think this is subtly, passive-aggressively mocking me about the "you remind me of my grandparents who called Pokemon and Harry Potter tools of the devil"? He's alluding to the satanic panic, as I said in my response, which I'll read here. Very organic comment, and 150 likes in a few hours on a video that didn't spike in views. Did you come from Twitter or Discord, lol? No, I was implying that Gerudo aren't Hylian/humans, seeing as they only produce Gerudo when they mate with Hylians, which you would know if you actually played the games. As for your other points, you probably support leftist censorship, so your satanic panic illusion falls on deaf ears. I don't support censorship on any level from either side, but I will call out things I notice. And you can see what I mean by this comment when I said these people don't even play video games. I think pretty much everyone knows that the Gerudo produce more Gerudo when they mate, and they're all female except once in 100 years they produce one male for the species. So they have to go out into the world and find Hylians and mate with them. They literally tell you this in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom if you just talk to any of the wandering Gerudo NPCs. And like I said, I legitimately don't support censorship. I am not the Zoomer version of Jack Thompson who wants to make leftist propaganda illegal or something. No, I want it to die out naturally by nobody buying the products. The problem is, certain shadowy groups of people have amassed so much money that they can fund games that sell 0 copies.
True.
Things like the Epic Game Store, paying developers millions of dollars to have exclusivity, and then the game bombs on their storefront because nobody likes it. And of course, I have to mention it again, BlackRock and ESG. Companies literally have a social credit score that if they insert propaganda into their products, they get money. This is a fact, people. This is not something I made up. There's a reason so many channels have talked about it now. It's basically common knowledge for anybody who's not living with their head buried in the sand, but these are Twitter degenerates we're talking about here. And so what was the reply to my
ESG
fairly
should be
measured
illegal.
response, at least for me anyway?
Dude, the fact that ESG is even allowed to be a fucking thing, especially at an institution like BlackRock, should be fucking illegal. Because how BlackRock gets all of their money is people's retirement funds, pension funds, etc. So the fact that they're basing investment decisions based off of other people's retirement funds, off of ESG scores instead of maximum return on investment, is a breach of the fiduciary duty that they have to their actual fucking investors and people whose money they manage. There is no world where an ESG score should be fucking legal. But because we have a bunch of cucks in our government that are paid off by BlackRock and all the other little fuckers that, you know, control companies like them, you know, they get a fucking free pass. There is no fucking world that an ESG score and a fiduciary duty aligns with each other. Like, prime example, guys. Back in 2020, when oil dropped to negative $30 per barrel and Exxon went down to $30 a share, do you know how many shares our retirement funds purchased of that stock in order to pad the portfolio? 0. Do you know what that stock peaked at recently? $120. It 4x'd in 3 fucking years. Imagine if you actually had a company that prioritized ROI versus fucking ESG bullshit, which ESG hates oil companies because my greenhouse gas, which is so fucking stupid. But anyway, if our fucking retirement portfolios were managed by people who weren't a bunch of fucking brain dead idiots, you know, everybody's portfolio would have fucking 4x'd overnight, basically, in the scheme of, like, fucking retirement savings. I know it took, like, 3 years, but imagine if BlackRock put their entire portfolio, or as much as they could, into Exxon instead of fucking solar panel companies. You know, your retirement fund would have fucking quadrupled in 3 years. But no, they put it in fucking dog shit companies that go bankrupt or only fucking survive because of fucking government subsidies. So it's just a massive fucking racket, bro. Do not put your money in one of those stupid BlackRock fucking managed funds. Buy your own mutual fund through your 401k offering. Don't give Vanguard, BlackRock, any of those motherfuckers your money. Stick that shit in an S&P 500 index fund not managed by Vanguard or BlackRock, and don't give those fuckers any sort of control over your money. Because until people take their money away from them, then they will continue to have the same fucking control. So the only way that you can get around that is to put it in a money market fund, which honestly at this point isn't that bad because bond prices are really fucking high because of the interest rates. But no, put it in the S&P 500, put it in a market index fund where BlackRock does not get to fucking manage your money, or Vanguard or whoever else. Just buy a straight up S&P 500 index fund, ride the overall fucking market, and don't let these fucking financial retards take your fucking retirement savings in a fucking solar panel company versus investing it in an oil company that actually makes fucking money. I mean, it's just, dude, ESG is the most disgusting shit ever if you know anything about finance. Like, the fact that it's even allowed to be a fucking thing, like, these people should be in fucking jail for breach of fiduciary duty for this type of shit, because they are willingly hurting their fucking investors and people's whose money they manage. But, yeah. That shit really pisses me off, man. ESG is a fucking joke. And anybody who actually buys into that shit is a fucking retard. Like an absolute fucking retard. Lord Pothead Investor, the 2, Griffin, tell me what he said. I missed it. Something along the lines of...
Hi, I'm a liberal. I want to be your friend.
Dude, it's just fucking insane. I hate ESG with a passion. It's so fucking dumb. Like, just think about that, guys. Your money could have quadrupled, but these fucking investment companies didn't put money into oil when oil prices were negative $30 a barrel. These people refuse to fucking invest people's retirement savings into oil companies at historic fucking lows, to the point where it literally quadrupled in 3 fucking years, man. A 400 times like return on investment, not even fucking accounting for dividend payments of 11% during those 3 years. So, like, imagine if you had 100K in your 401k, for example. If they would have invested it in Exxon when it was $30 a share, not only would you have made $300,000 in profit from the sale of those shares, but every single year you would have been getting a check for $11,000 deposited into your fucking 401k from dividend payments. So not only would you be getting the appreciation on the stock price, which 4x'd in 3 years, but during those 3 years, at the end of each fiscal year, basically you would have like amassed $11,000+ in dividend payments. So your total walkaway from that 100K would have been $440,000. It's fucking crazy, man. And instead they put it in a bunch of green energy bullshit, Shopify, e-commerce, tech companies, and look at what great fucking jobs they're doing right now. They're all down like 70%, but hey man, their ESG rating was high enough because they hired a bunch of fucking diversity hires that don't know how to work that they ended up firing like in the past year anyway. It's fucking insane, man. Oh, dude, it pisses me off. The only money I put in my 401k is the maximum or the minimum amount I need to maximize my employer match. Like, my employer match is 6%, so if I put in 6% of my paycheck into my 401k, they give me a 6% match. So that's all I do, and it goes straight into a fucking bond portfolio right now. And when the market kind of drops off here, which it will eventually, I'm going to slide it over into an S&P 500 index fund and just let it fucking sit. But anything else, I invest in my like own fucking free will, because I made tens of thousands of dollars buying Exxon shares that I would not have realized a gain from if I would have trusted these fucking money managers. Dude, it's just insanity. Absolute fucking insanity. Lord Pothead Investor with a 5. Thank you so much, Griffin. I had no idea about this. I have my BlackRock in my... Oh, shit, yeah. Put it in... If you have to use BlackRock, put it in their S&P 500 index fund because it gives them zero control over what they can do with that money. So if you guys have to use like a Vanguard or a BlackRock and that's all your company offers, put it in an S&P 500 index fund because they have to leave it proportionally invested in the S&P 500. They're not allowed to pick and choose which companies they want to throw money at. Shadowban Gang with the 5. Don't worry, Griff. If you stop streaming for a week, we will call the police on your behalf and report your set. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would never kill myself, FYI. But yeah, I don't think it'll get to that point, bro. There's way crazier motherfuckers out there who expose way more. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff I could get into, but I ain't trying to get banned. Weaponized schizophrenia with the 2. Suddenly, I want to engage in economic warfare. Dude, the best thing you all can do for yourselves, make as much fucking money as you possibly can. Invest in assets that build wealth and pay you just for owning them. You see what a Vanguard and BlackRock and all these investment companies are investing in. Property, farmland, mineral deposits, shore fronts. They're not buying fucking, you know, a bunch of garbage and stuff. Like, you need to look at what they're doing and find ways to actually generate wealth and not rely on a company to pay you. Like, that should be everybody's number one fucking priority, is find a way to generate income from assets you hold and own yourself. And once you can do that, and you can diversify your money in enough different asset classes, even outside of the US, it's not smart to put all your assets into one fucking country. Because let's say you get a corrupt government and they start seizing assets, well, if all your shit's in the US, you're fucked. But say you have like assets in, you know, the US or fucking Saudi Arabia or whatever other country that, you know, wouldn't play ball with the US in a case like that. Like, at least you could flee to that country and still have something. So, something to consider, but... Dude, the best way to deal with this shit is stop relying on these big companies to basically pay your bills. Generate as much wealth as you can quickly and buy into assets that, you know, pay you, that you actually own yourself. So, that's really the only way you can fucking win, is because that way you're in the same playing field as them. You're in the same fucking, like, category and class as, like, the BlackRocks. You're an asset owner that people have to pay you to use what you own. That's the situation you want to fucking be in. Vesnia with the 2, you seriously should make some finance videos. I should, honestly. Maybe I will. I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of tough because, like, I feel like the issue I would have with doing it is I feel like so much of it's common sense, but then I got to realize, like, luckily I'm very financially literate, which I know a lot of people are not. But, I don't know. I need to, probably. Because, I mean, like, there's so much shit, like, so many people could do, and it's just, like, nobody does it, and it's really crazy. SNK Nostalgia with a 2, all of those you listed, I invested in. Actual money? What do you mean? What did, like, Vanguard and BlackRock? No, it doesn't really take time and effort, bro. Like, I could literally make a video straight off the dome about, like, compounding interest. It's a very simple topic. It's just nobody fucking knows about it. Like, nobody thinks about, like, the time value of money. Nobody thinks about the fact, like, oh, you can borrow against an asset that you're already in debt for. I mean, there's a lot of, like, little concepts that aren't hard. It's just... you have to, like, point out the fact that it exists, because the school system, the college system, your job is literally designed to make you fucking stupid. You're just supposed to be a good little slave that shows up, does your fucking job, goes home, consumes products, restarts the day, rinse and repeat, makes a lot of fucking other people wealthy. That's the whole fucking goal, man. It's like, you're never supposed to get ahead. They want to keep you, like, willfully ignorant, basically. They want you distracted. They want you fucking stupid because you're easier to control. So, a lot of it's, like, very simple shit. It's just people have gone out of their way to ensure people don't know how the fuck it works. Because if everybody started, you know, stops, like, if everybody tomorrow stopped with their fucking frivolous spending, like, for example, everybody stopped going out to eat, everybody stopped buying a bunch of clothes they don't fucking wear, everybody stopped buying video games, everybody stopped going and seeing movies, everybody, like, cut down to maybe, like, one fucking music subscription service and streaming service, you know, you just paid for your internet, and that's it. Dude, the fucking economy would collapse tomorrow, and all these fucking billionaires would be completely broke. They need you to be like this consumer retard that, like, just works all fucking day and then blows their fucking paycheck racking up credit card debt so they can buy, like, fucking insured securities that they know you'll have to fucking pay back. I mean, then they want you to take out student loans because then even if you declare bankruptcy, you still have to make the student loan payments. So that means you'll be willing to take a job that's, like, woefully underpaying you because if you don't make those payments, then the payments get even larger over time and you get further and further into debt. Like, it's this vicious cycle, bro. Like, the whole economy is designed to, like, fuck you. And until you realize that, most people will just continue on with their lives just willfully ignorant of it, you know, blissfully ignorant. Like, oh, I can go see the new Marvel movie, and then I can buy a new Captain America t-shirt and go to Disney World for a week. Like, that's somebody's fucking dream, bro. Somebody's dream is to spend 15 grand going to fucking Disney World for a week. You could buy a fucking house with 15 grand. Like, these people are fucking sad, bro. It's, like, it's pitiful. It is so fucking sad. But this is, like, what everybody's been, like, almost programmed to fucking do, dude. And it's just, it's hard not to just look at, like, these people and be like, holy fuck. What the fuck has happened to people? Like, it's just absolutely sad, man. It's, like, just people literally lining up to get shot in the back of the head, basically. It's like if the fucking Nazis opened up the gates of Auschwitz and said, any takers? And everyone's like, me, I want to go next. It's like literally that shit, bro. It's like people signing their own fucking death wish. It's wild. But, like, you'll have people who will go out and spend, like, $400 in a night, like, going out drinking, going out to eat and shit like that. And then they'll complain they can't save up enough money to put a down payment on a house. It's like, bitch, if you fucking stop doing that every single week, you would have 20 grand. You could get one of those fucking first-time homeowner loans with a 20 grand down payment and easily buy a fucking house. And then you own the motherfucker. You don't have to pay rent where you're just flushing money down the toilet every single month. But it's like they can't resist. It's so baked into people's mind that they have to make money and then blow it on stupid shit that it just becomes like fucking nature to them. They don't even consider a different option. And that's like the scary part, bro. It's like the fucking conditioning is like generational at this point. Like, the fact that anyone can claim that their dream in life is to, like, go on a vacation is really sad to me. Like, how brainwashed do you have to be that your, like, goal in life, the thing you are working for, you know, hundreds of hours a month, thousands of hours a year, your end goal for all of that effort is to take all that money you accumulated and put it into someone else's pocket for a temporary fucking short-term sense of pleasure. That is like peak brainwashing, bro. That is absolute fucking mental just slavery at that point. You have been enslaved to the point where you will justify wasting your entire fucking life just to give that money and all of that time and effort to someone else for a fleeting moment. it's just, dude, it's so depressing to think about. And the number of people that'd be like, well, man, life is all about the experiences. Dude, get your shit together, and then you'll have all the money to do all the fucking experiences you want. Once you have money and assets and different avenues of producing money and resources, you will literally be able to do all of that shit. But you have to be willing to forego the temporary fucking sense of satisfaction. You have to grind it out. You have to be willing to forego and put something off and have a little bit of self-restraint. But that's the issue, man. Nobody wants to do that shit. People would rather blow all their fucking money on a bunch of shit they don't need versus saving up for a house. It's not that homes are suddenly more, if you actually look at home prices, housing prices have not really increased that much over time if you look at things from a real earnings perspective. Everybody goes oh, it was so easy for my grandparents to go out and buy a house. Bitch, it's easier to buy a fucking house nowadays. You need a 5% down payment if you are a first-time home buyer. 5%. The average house is $200,000 to $300,000. You are talking about 10 to 15 grand. If you are a working adult who cannot accumulate $10,000 to $15,000 in a 2 to 3 year period, you have a spending problem. It's just that simple. There's no world where that is an unrealistic goal. What makes it unrealistic is the fact that people blow all their money on dumb shit they don't fucking need. They'll spend $30 a day eating out, which is $1,000 a month. So, bro, $1,000 a month times 12 months, 12 grand. Oh shit. You have enough money for your down payment. Oh no, it's an unachievable goal. Tell me more. But, dude, it's wild. People are just so fucking stupid, man. It's just, But you can't, and this is the other thing too. I don't want to blame it on the people because, like I said, schools, colleges, your job, the government, every single one of these institutions that's supposed to be helping you and guiding you along has literally tried to produce this condition to where you are fucking stupid and play into just chronic consumerism where you have zero fucking self-control. So you can't blame people when they're being taken advantage of. I mean, you can blame people to a certain degree, but when, institutions that are supposed to be in place to educate them, guide them, and offer them, wisdom, knowledge, guidance, when those institutions are setting people up to fucking fail in the first place, all the blame does not lie on the person at that point. But it's really sad, man. People are really fucking brainwashed. But it's just, the priorities of people are completely out of line with what they should be. And it's not that things are more expensive now or less achievable. There's more opportunity than ever before out there right now. If you really want to fucking put your nose to the fucking, grindstone or whatever and grind this shit out, it's easier to amass money in today's climate than ever before. But the problem is with that comes more distractions and more things to take away your resources from you and put them in the pocket of someone else, whether that be your time, whether that be your attention, whether that be your money. There's more avenues created by these people who are in charge to separate you from your money and therefore your time. And that's the problem, is everybody in this chat could afford a house if you really wanted to fucking go, do the math or whatever. If you're working, obviously, if you're in fucking high school, it's not going to work. But if you're a working adult, you can get a house. You may have to suffer a little bit. You may not be able to go out with your friends on the weekend. You may not get a new wardrobe every 6 months. You may not be able to buy the new pair of fucking shoes you want. You may have to downgrade your car to lower your monthly payment and insurance. But you can do it. And then once you have that asset, you know, maybe you get to the point where it's like, shit, man, this house is appreciated so much in value. I could rent it out, which pays in excess of my mortgage payment. I can take that excess, pay my fucking rent at an apartment, and then I'm still working my job, and my job now gives me completely, like, just unrestricted income. I can do whatever I want with that fucking money because the house I saved up for is now generating me money. It pays for my living expenses somewhere else, and now I have all this extra money to do with as I please. But that's the thing, is people don't want to play the long game. It's all about like short-term instant gratification. So, dude, it's crazy. Mortgage payments are crazy low. Well, all right, well, it depends on the interest rate, but in the past they were crazy low. Like, for example, when I was looking, when interest rates I think were like 3%, my rent is $2,400. If I would have gotten a loan on a $300,000 like condo or whatever, I think I would be paying like $1,500 to $1,800 a month. So I would have been saving almost $1,000 a month if I would have bought a condo and paid like a mortgage payment versus rent. So it's pretty wild, man. All right, so let me read the super chats. Rant over. Dude, that shit just pisses me off so hard. I don't know. As you guys can tell, I get very passionate about financial topics because I understand how the fucking game is played. And it really is sickening to a degree. Just how little people... Like, I know like the whole fucking meme, like, oh, you only care about money, blah, 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 whatever the fuck. Bro, if I only cared about money... I wouldn't be fucking saying a word of this shit because I would just be taking advantage of everybody. Like, it gets to a certain point where it's just disgusting, bro. People have so little fucking regard for, like, other people. It's really sickening. And people are, like, willing to, like, doom entire generations of people just so they can get a little bit of extra cash. Like, I don't know. I'm a strong believer in wanting to surround myself with winners versus a bunch of fucking losers. And unfortunately, most of the people in power just want to rule over a bunch of fucking losers because they just don't give a shit. But, hey, it is what it is, man. So SNK Nostalgia with the 5, I call it buy this car to drive to work, go to work to pay for this car. Yeah, exactly. It's a vicious cycle. It's never ending, man. You go to fucking work to pay off your student loans, pay your rent to the fucking landlord who owns the building or house that you live in. Then you go and spend all your money at the grocery store or going out to eat. You buy a bunch of clothes, you buy the new video games, you go see a bunch of movies, and then next thing you know, your entire paycheck is completely fucking gone and you didn't save a fucking dime of it to put towards yourself. You literally gave away all of your earnings to someone else and padded their own pockets. Like, that is the game here. Everyone is competing to separate you from your time and therefore your money. That is your resource, time. How much time are you spending to earn a certain amount of money? And then those companies view it as like basically, well, how can we take this person's time from them? Because that's what you're giving away. It's not money. Because your money is directly linked to your time for most people. So look at things in a different perspective. Is the $1,000 fucking, I don't know, like weekend vacation worth 10 days of work? That's what you got to think about. Think about directly how much time you're spending to earn the money that it takes to buy the thing you're about to purchase. And I guarantee you'll look at things very differently. That's also one of the things that I used to help lose weight as well. It's like I would look at food and be like, okay, this is like 400 calories. If I were to get on a fucking treadmill, how much time would I have to waste to burn off the fucking calories of like this fucking piece of cake I just ate? And they'd be like, well, I'd have to be on there for over an hour. That's not fucking worth it to me. I'm gonna skip the cake. So you gotta put things into perspective, man. And it's very easy to just be like, well, I got $500, might as well spend it. But you don't think about like what goes into that $500.
Either.
And I'm not
subscribe,
saying you
donate,
can't
or
spend
get
money
the
on
fuck
stuff
out.
you want. There's nothing wrong with enjoying yourself every once in a while. But that's the thing. It should be every once in a while. If you're spending money, try to spend money in ways that generate money for you in the future or genuinely improve your life. Not just little frivolous expenditures. Like, perfect example. Instead of going and seeing every single fucking Marvel movie in theaters for $30 a ticket plus snacks, you know, just buy a fucking Disney Plus membership when a couple of the fucking Marvel movies you want to watch come out onto the service, stream them, cancel your subscription, you're only out $10 and you still saw the exact same fucking movie. So it's like, you gotta prioritize. I don't know, dude. You gotta prioritize. I'm not even saying pirate the movie. I don't really think the theft route is... I mean, you could do that if you want, but I'm talking mainly about legal situations here. Like, if you're really fiending to see the new fucking Marvel movies, just wait till they come out on streaming. The movie does not change in 2 months. It really doesn't, man. Like, me with video games, bro, that's been, like, a huge fucking issue for me, bro. Like, I used to buy every single fucking game that would release at $60 or $70. It would sit in my Steam library. I wouldn't fucking touch it. And then when I would finally get around to playing it, the game was down to, like, $10. It's like, why did I buy this shit? Oh, yeah, because it's the new fucking thing. I should have spent, like, I don't know. It's just a trap. It's a straight up trap. The marketing, the hype, the FOMO, the sense of belonging, community, they try to pitch all this shit to separate you from your money, basically. I need to kick my COD. I've stopped spending money in COD for the most part, bro. Like, I was buying a shit ton of, like, Vanguard packs and everything like that, but I've stopped. Like, I rarely buy anything in COD. I think I've bought, like, 2 or 3 things in MW2, if even that. So... And that's probably, yeah, I think probably like 2 or 3. That'd probably be about it. And Kai with the 100, damn, bro. Don't separate yourself from your money, bro. But I appreciate it. Yeah, Griff, keep chatting the real shit. I'll try, man. I don't know. It's just, it's infuriating, in all honesty. College has failed people. Luckily, I got very good finance professors when I went to school. And they really did kind of like change my perspective on a lot of shit. Just mainly about money being like an equivalency of time, I think is the biggest thing. Because when you start thinking about money not as like this little like fun coupon, basically, which I know from like Wolf of Wall Street, good meme, whatever the fuck. You can do that when you're rich. But you're basically giving away a portion of your life with everything you buy. So it's like, do you want to throw away part of your life on something that you're going to like enjoy for a couple hours? Or do you want to like put the money towards something to where it's like, okay, well, I'm going to buy this and then in 5 years it's going to be worth this and I'll have more money than I originally had. Or do I want to take this $1,000, invest it, and then for the rest of my life it generates $100 a year for me? Like, hold on. Let me pull up one of my favorite things, man. It's the future value calculator. This is a fun thing to play around with. If you guys ever have some free time, man, I would highly advise just dicking around with this because it's really fucking cool. So basically, this is what's neat. So say you start out with $1,000. I think that's a good thing. And you put it into, we're going to get rid of periodic deposit because this is just to prove a point. So you start out with $1,000 and you put it into a CD at a bank where you can get about 5% now, which in case you guys aren't familiar, it's a certificate of deposit where basically the bank holds your money for a set amount of time, and in return, they guarantee you a specific interest rate, which right now is about 4 to 5%. So, say you just put in $1,000. You skip out on going on a trip with your friends or whatever for fucking 4th of July weekend. And instead, you take that $1,000 and then invest it in a CD for 5%. And let's just say the number of periods, I like at the beginning, the number of periods is 10 years. All right? This is what your money is worth at the end of that. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Look at that. $1,600. So that one little fucking decision, made you $600. Now imagine if you do that on a weekly or daily basis. All this shit adds up, bro. And like, if you take this, for example, and put it in like a stock that pays like a 10% dividend, which is very, very feasible, it goes up to $2,500. Like, you could put this in a tobacco stock and get around 9 to 10%. So you're 2.5xing your money by doing nothing, by skipping a trip. So that's what I mean. It's like, think about if you put in 10,000, like say you just live and stop wasting money on shit. Now you got 26 grand. I mean, look at it this way, man. Like say this 10 grand is, I don't know, it's not really the best example. But just say like 10 grand is you like going out to fucking eat every week. Okay? 10 grand is you going out to eat every week for a year. Like, are you going to look at that in 10 years and be like, damn, man, thank God I went to fucking Chipotle every day? Or are you going to be like, damn, bro, I got 26 grand in the bank. I can buy a new fucking car. Like, what's going to be more valuable to you long term? Is it going to be the fact that you went out to get fucking Chipotle and enjoyed it for 5 minutes a day? Or the fact that now you have like 26 grand in the bank? For me, it's definitely the 26 grand. But, I mean, that's kind of what you're dealing with here. And this is, again, just if you put it in a dividend stock with zero fucking appreciation. Which most stock prices increase at about, what, 8% per year? So you're looking at even more money. And then let's just say, you know, every once in a while you toss in another $300 on top of that initial 1,000. Like every year you add in an extra 300. Look at that shit, dude. So you start out with $1,000 and then every year for 10 years you put in $300. You're left with almost 8 grand, bro. Like, it's wild. So like, that's the thing, is say you save $1,000 alone each year for 10 years. 20 grand. You doubled your money. I think everybody could afford to put away $1,000 a year. So if you cut like those stupid purchases out, instead of just ending up with like 10 grand, you end up with 20. So it's a pretty powerful like mentality to have, in all honesty. But hey. And what gets crazy too is, let me see if this one may fuck up. So, hold on. Actually, let me do it this way just to like prove a point. So, let me put this at 12%. So, just so you guys can see what this looks like. This is the number you get if you do it on a, I guess, annual compounding rate. So you would be left with 3,000, but realistically it would compound 4 times a year if you're doing a stock dividend. So it should be 40, and this should be 3%. Yeah, so as you can see, it goes up. even more. But then if you extend this to like 80, watch this shit. Like you're doubling the amount of time, but it goes up 3 times. And then let's say, you know, you put it up to 30 years. So 120. In 30 years, why isn't it going? So look at that, man. If you saved $1,000 30 years ago, it could appreciate to $35,000. Now, that's a pretty aggressive interest rate, and it's not super realistic, but it's definitely feasible. You could do that with like corporate bonds and things like that if you really wanted to like get into it. Municipal bonds as well too. But like that's $1,000, guys. $1,000. That's it. You're not even depositing extra money. Like let's say you add in $100 a month for those 30 years. That's real fucking money right there, guys. That's real money. That's $1,000 plus $100 a month. So, no, you can do Gucci shoes to flex on the broke boys, but just take it out of your dividend payments. Or buy some assets that you sell and then use the profits to buy what you want. So that's like real money right here that we're talking about. Now, given it's over 30 years, but $1,000 saved gets you all the way to 34 grand. And then $100 a month out of your paycheck gets you to 150. So it's pretty wild, man. Use it to your advantage. All right, let's get back to this shit. Let me read the super chats. Fuck. Shadow Van Gang with the 5. Maybe you should have like a 30-minute finance segment in streams or something. Yeah, maybe I should. I should just pull up like some financial like articles or some shit. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the best way to do that. But yeah, that's definitely something I would play with, guys. It's a future value calculator. And you just type in, it's pretty basic. You can look up videos on how it works, like future value calculations, present value even. And it gives you an idea of like, hey, even if you save $500, by the time you're 50 years old, like, shit, man, you can go buy a fucking Porsche. If you wanted to. Like, shit, why not? Go buy a $150,000 car if you want. It's feasible. Very feasible. You just have to make a temporary sacrifice in the moment, which $100 a month, let's face it, that's like going out to eat twice. That's it. I think everybody could do that. It's not crazy. And J Boogie with the 2, highly advise everyone to take economics. It's dope. Yeah, everybody should take a economics class, especially focusing on like supply and demand. I think if more people understood that, then we'd be in a much better climate on YouTube in particular in the gaming industry. But yeah, also personal finance. Also, if you can, take an accounting class as well. I mean, accounting's boring, but it really is insightful on how companies view assets and depreciation and everything like that. It's a great skill to have. And then also, if you can find a class, not personal finance, but a class on financial instruments, I think is very, very beneficial. Like discussing bond types, loans, things of that nature. Those are very beneficial. Because if you understand the options you have out there, you know what you can actually put your money towards. Like prime example, I was working with this guy on my first project at work, and he had a townhouse that was over halfway paid off, and he was like struggling to get a bank in order to buy a house with his girlfriend that he was going to marry. And he goes like, yeah, I just can't really qualify for a second loan. I'm like, well, did you collateralize your first property? And he goes, what do you mean? I'm like, well, go into a bank and tell them you want to take out a loan for X amount of money. You make this amount of money per year. You already have like 60% equity in this townhouse, but on top of that, it generates you a rental revenue of whatever the amount is per month, and they will 100% give you a loan. And it was funny, like the next week he came in and goes, dude, I wish I would have brought this up sooner with you because I got approved for a loan this weekend. And it's like, that's awesome, man. But the thing is, he never knew to like ask. Like something so simple as like pointing out the fact that he already had a rental property that he had already mostly paid off and was generating steady rental revenue. Like just pointing that out to the bank and putting it as collateral on his new home loan enabled him to get a loan at a decent rate. So I think that's the power of like understanding like your options, because you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't know how to allocate it properly and use the system to your benefit, I mean, you're kind of like hurting yourself at that point. Because sure, you may have the opportunity, but you're not doing it right. Might have to cancel my OnlyFans subscriptions. Do it, bro. Stop simping. Lord Pothead Investor with a 10. I have a video recommendation. Taking out student loans by fast food 3 times a day by Caleb Hammer. It's a long video. Let me pull it up in a different tab so I have it. Taking out student loans to buy fast food. Oh my god. That does happen. I can't afford this shit! Because the government doesn't actually check what you use your student loans on. It's crazy. It's like giving a fucking 18-year-old your credit card and saying go crazy. You generation with the 2? Wrong, I need to keep buying CSGO skins. Well, you claim to make money from it, man, so go for it. Kai with the tier 3 membership upgrade. Appreciate it, bro. Big ups. And Oski Woski with the 2, or sweet talk your cousin into giving the password. That's right. Well, now Netflix is like, fuck, man. Netflix is shitty. Because, like, my parents and I have shared a Netflix account for... Shit, when did I make that account? I don't even know. I've had it forever. And recently they made it so you have to pay like $10 a month to have multiple fucking Wi-Fi networks on your Netflix account. Like, it's so stupid. It's so fucking dumb. Netflix is an L. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. He who has the most toys in the end wins. Pretty much. As long as those toys make money. Pokemon cards. Wait, fuck. High tier Mortal 101. I keep wanting to call you HTM 101. With the 2, Griff, what's the best way to make pass extra income? Work more. You gotta work. I mean, the best way, change your job, get an extra job, work more hours. You have to have like a starting point. Like, there's no side hustle you can go out there and do and immediately just start making a shit ton of money from. Like, you have to have capital to invest. Like, even if you do something like drop shipping, you have to have money for ad spend. You have to have money to actually acquire the items you're selling. You have to have money for the marketing campaigns. You have to have money to like do web design, payment processing, all that type of shit. So if you're looking to immediately increase your income, work more and save up money, and then that's when you should start looking at passive income. But the best way is just get out there, bust your ass, work hard, invest your money into things that actually generate you a return, whether that be stocks, bonds, CDs. I mean, even if you buy like fucking video games and Pokemon cards, bro, as long as you're making money from it, like, that's all that matters. But you should always have like your, I guess, steady flow of income, which is work, until you can get to the point where you can scale. But I mean, at the very least, just work hard, save up a lot of money so you have something to play around with. There's no like get rich quick scheme with passive or like extra income. The secret is you just have to work. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, I ate an apple, and eventually it became a core. It does happen, man. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, I just bought a SR-25 gun of my dreams, 8,000. How the fuck is a gun 8,000 bucks, man? That doesn't make any sense. Like, what is like so special about it that makes it 10 grand, basically? Is it like a 50 cal or some shit? Hold on, let me see what this looks like. SR-25? I've never heard of that shit. Like, I can understand paying like 2,000 to 3,000 for a gun, but 10 grand? Oh, it's a sniper. Okay. Yep, that makes sense. Those things are very expensive. Got it. That makes sense. Lord Pothead investor with the 5. Okay, Griffin, I got my 401k in BlackRock, Russell 1000, Russell 2000, and I got money in their BlackRock bond index. Take it out of the BlackRock bond index because they're using that to loan money to corporations. So, if you don't want BlackRock controlling your money, take it out of the bond fund and just put it into like, I mean, I guess you could leave it in there and all. It's kind of tricky because I don't know what you're like offered through your investment options through your 401k, but they do have control over the bond portfolio, so you could always put it in like a treasury portfolio, which is just like straight up federal debt, but it won't pay as much, but they won't have direct control over where the money goes. So if your end goal is simply to take away BlackRock's control of your money, you want it in as many like, I guess, index funds as possible that are like market tracking, like S&P 500, Russell's good, Dow Jones, or just put it in like a regular federal money market mutual fund, because those things they can't manipulate. But at the end of the day, man, if it's making you more money, then do what's best for you, because I hate to say it, but the amount of money you probably have in there is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. So if you're happy with what that portfolio is returning, I would just leave it in those bonds.
Calm down, you unwhipped cream.
Unwhipped cream. That's a creative insult, man. I have not heard that one.
Okay. With 426 likes at the time of me recording this.
What is an unwhipped cream? That is a very specific and odd insult, man.
Now, I realize that YouTube shadow bans any real insults at this point, so this is why modern discourse on the internet has gotten so pathetic and kind of boring in general, because you're not allowed to actually insult people anymore. I actually wrote a response to a few of these comments that was actually too spicy even for me posting on my own channel, apparently, because YouTube deleted it. And no, I'm not going to tell you what it is because it clearly violates YouTube's terms of service, but I was pretty annoyed, I'm not going to lie. And what's the next one? Man, go back to 2016. The amount of
I wish we fucking could, man.
times I've heard a variation of this comment over the last few years. Do leftists think right-wing people just disappeared after the 2020 election or something? This has never made any sense to me. This is what happens when you spend all day in an echo chamber. You seem to think that your delusional, extremist, communist Discord server is a reflection of real life. These people are the perfect cattle because they believe everything that government and corporations tell them.
Yep.
They're probably vaxxed and triple boosted.
Weaponized schizophrenia with the 2. I mean, I called you grouse earlier. Yeah, I mean, apparently that's a species of bird, so that is pretty creative. Oh, the camera's on with the 2. DSP knows whipped cream. There's video evidence. That's right, man. What the fuck is this shit? Ew. That is so disgusting, man.
Boosted and wearing masks in their car.
Is this actually real or is this fake?
To this day. Or if they're one of the few that's actually wisened up, they're not going to admit.
Was that fucking real? That looks like it was like fucking deep fake almost.
Vaxxed and triple boosted.
That's
and
real?
wearing masks.
Ew, that is disgusting, bro.
In their car to this day.
If there was anything that would make me not want to get a fucking vaccine, it would be this type of shit.
Or if they're one of the few that's actually wisened up, they're not going to admit that they were doing something stupid before, because that would mean they were wrong, and as we know, they're never wrong. So seriously, I actually want an answer.
Dude, Colbert is just a fucking mouthpiece for the corpos. He doesn't even write his own fucking shit.
From these people to this question, in case any of you are still so ass blasted by my opinions that you decide to brigade this video as well. Why do you think right-wing people just left the planet? Do you really think that all normies are now radical socialists or some shit? Wouldn't there be rioting every day in the streets in every city? At every moment, buildings would be burning as they're trying to take down the corporations, except Disney, except Nintendo, except any corporation that agrees with my politics, which just means they put an LGBT flag on their Twitter. So, in reality, nothing would be burning because these people have no fucking principles. They don't even believe in an ideology. There's a reason why slacktivism used to be a popular term, because all these people do is bitch and moan on the internet day in and day out, and then they have the nerve to tell me that I'm constantly miserable. You saw an opinion you didn't like, so you dislike bombed my video, and I'm the miserable one? I actually said Tears of the Kingdom was a good game, which you would know if you actually watched the video, which is the thing that tears me up about all these. You're not going to see a single actual criticism of any of my opinions about the gameplay or the world design, because none of them actually watched the video. It's funny to me that YouTube disabled dislikes, but they made no efforts to try and curb astroturfing like this. The YouTube algorithm can obviously detect when 3,000 dislikes mysteriously appear on a video over a few days with a disproportionately low amount of new views on the video. And
it's not even views, like low watch time views too.
Analytics can track when someone clicks on a video from a different website. But to drudge up an old controversy, I think we both know the only reason that they hid the dislikes was because people would dislike bomb advertisements from major corporations or Joe Biden speeches. And so, of course...
Yep, it was because of the White House, man. Because the White House YouTube channel was started under Trump, so a bunch of Trump supporters subscribed to the White House YouTube channel. Well, because it's an official, like, government account, they just wiped all the videos off of Trump and handed it over to the Biden administration. And because of that, all the fucking old subs were just Trump fans. So what did they do every time a fucking Biden video popped up in their sub feed? They'd click on it, dislike bomb the fuck out of it, and roast them in the comments. So they're not going to get rid of comments, but they sure as fuck will get rid of dislikes if the White House asks them to.
Of course, they don't want the public to see the massive amount of backlash toward the content so that people can't organize on any level, which has always been the goal of these people. It's the same reason why they banned so many right-wing people from Twitter before Elon took over. Which actually is like a whole different subject I could go into. Why the hell do you fucking maniacs
fucking
still use that
over
site?
nothing.
Weren't you going to use somewhere else because Elon is...
Look at her, she's
alt-right
like
fucking maniacs still use that site. Weren't you going to use...
See you later, bitch.
Use somewhere else because Elon
Look
is...
how nobody gives a fuck, man. They're just like,
or
whatever.
Elon took over. Which actually is like a whole different subject I could go into. Why the hell do you fucking maniacs still use that site? Weren't you going to use somewhere else because Elon is an alt-right billionaire troll or some shit, right? I gotta say, I have been tempted to actually start using a Twitter account just because he added that fact check feature, which is constantly debunking the stupid shit you people post all the time. Let's just blast through some more of these real quick and then I'll respond afterward. You called me out on my dumbass takes. You must be a liberal from Twitter and like censorship. Dude understands free speech, but not the concept that he's also allowed to be criticized. Lamau. You literally tried to imply that the game is grooming kids. Also, I hope none of you genuinely try to argue in good faith with someone whose clear fetishes are in the thumbnail. And is attempting to point out supposed satanic grooming in a Zelda game. In Minecraft, the diamonds is some of the strongest armor in the game, Was De Beers secretly placing propaganda in it? Was Notch actually a space Trotskyite? There is no devil, grow up. Now, I just want to remind you, even if you think one or two of these are good digs, these are the type of people that think it is completely normal and rational to chop your dick off and wear a dress. And now I realize this video is probably going to be demonetized, but I had to get that one in there. Seriously, though, with the radical change in gender ideology and the slow normalization of pedophilia, and I don't care if you think that's schizo, that's apparent to anybody who's paying attention, but you keep lying to yourself about that. Do you want to know the amount of times I've seen some random Twitter user advocate for the banning of Lolly, and then it turns out they're an actual pedophile who's been arrested or was arrested after that post? It's not a fucking coincidence, dude. These people are fucked in the head. I don't even give a shit about Lolly. I think it's just drawings. People seem to think I was a pedo for my take on Atreus and Angraboda, even though they're both horny teenagers and probably would want to plow each other. I'm sorry if the truth hurts your feelings, because...
How is that pedophilic, bruh? How is it pedophilic to point out that two fucking teenagers want to have sex? Like, the fuck? Is that fucking, what's that show on HBO? Euphoria or whatever, about the high schoolers? Like, is that pedophilic because it implies that high schoolers want to have sex, bro? Crazy. Dude, could you imagine being horny as a teenager? I could never imagine wanting to have sex as a teenager, guys. I know that's like a foreign concept to most people, but imagine if that was like an actual fucking thing, dude. The time in your life where your hormones are like literally peeking out the fucking roof and you're a literal fucking horn dog. Imagine actually wanting to have sex. Crazy.
Because you were a loser in high school, a shut-in who never saw any of this shit. Well, despite what you might think of me, I did know multiple people who had sex in middle school and high school, and they weren't lying, dude. I'm going to try not to get too personal into story time here, but...
We saw, when I was in 4th grade, we saw 2 5th graders fucking in the bathroom, so... Top that shit, man.
I went to a majority black middle school, and there was a pregnant 14-year-old girl when I went. Now, am I saying that's okay? No, of course it's not. It's kind of fucked up. But when you're trying to set up two characters as a future husband and wife, they should at least have a tiny bit of chemistry, just some innocent teenage love. In the fucking 80s, there were movies all the time about kids falling in love with girls, and none of you guys seem to think that was pedo shit. Or maybe you never watched the movies, I don't fucking know. But what I do know is none of these Twitter, Reddit, Discord types batted an eye when it turned out that monkeypox was spread through sexual intercourse, and all of a sudden, these kids start getting it somehow, especially ones that had 2 dads. That's interesting. All they ever do is deflect. They never will acknowledge if their side does something horrific. I'm not sure if I can be bothered to dig up one of these comments, but I did see a few that also implied that I shouldn't have put any...
Yeah, bro, back in the Viking days, you would have been married at age 13, most likely. Like, shit. You only had like 30 to 40 years in you. You had to get married and have kids as soon as possible. Vesney with the 2 rags called Synth a pedo for saying that. Dude, isn't he like a fucking degenerate dog fucker? Like, he literally has dog dildos on his fucking channel. Dude's a fucking creep. Like, bro, a furry degenerate is actually gonna fucking virtue signal over that type of shit? Fuck off.
The schizo tangent in the video at all. Well, here's the thing. It's my channel. It's my video. I don't owe you anything. I can make whatever I want, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. So, yeah, I don't really care if you think that. But if you really want a real...
Rags has a fur affinity with actual dog porn. Bro, he literally has, like, on his hold on. Like, on his channel. If you look at the fucking art of his channel, there's a fucking dog dildo in the fucking channel banner. Oh, he changed it. He changed it, bro. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let's see. It's got to be in one of his old videos. It used to be him sitting at a desk, and like in the left corner on the desk was a fucking dog dildo. Here you go. Here it is.
Like, it's imaginary anti-gamer.
You and I.
Look. He's got a fucking dog dildo and a horse cock, bro. Normal fucking guy, right? This is the guy who's gonna fucking morally grandstand about fucking anything sexual. Dude, that shit is fucking disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. He used to have, like, in his videos, too, because, like, I remember one time I was streaming on Twitch, and somebody was like, bro, you need to watch this Rags guy. He does, like, fucking console fanboy shit. And I was like, okay, I'll watch a video. First 10 seconds is his fucking dog furry avatar thing shaking its fucking ass, like twerking and shit. And it's like,
bruh.
Fuck that, dude.
Explanation. The reason I put things like that in the videos is to make them entertaining, because, let's be honest, reviewing video games isn't really that interesting, especially when I don't really get review codes, so my videos don't serve the usual purpose, which is to shill the game to you so you'll buy it. Let's be honest, that's what 95% of reviewers on this platform are doing. But since
I'm just not tolerant enough, I know. Well, now as a dog owner, bro, the fact that a motherfucker is attracted to a dog sexually, and to the point where he puts fucking dog dildos in his fucking channel art is fucking disgusting. Like, what in the actual fuck, man? I sure as fuck wouldn't let him around my dog. SNK nostalgia with the 2. I live in... Shit. That is... Not... That's Missouri, right? Not Mississippi. It's legal to own an LMG semi-auto. I think I can too in my state. I mean, I can own a full auto gun. You just need the proper license for it. Vesnia with the 2 Rags. Oh wait, no, I fucking read that shit. No double dipping.
I don't have that opportunity, and I'm not paid off in any way. I do want to at least make the videos funny to watch. If that initial comment that I pinned was being completely genuine about being entertained about the schizo tangent and wasn't obviously being passive-aggressive, I would have been completely fine with it. I'm glad people are entertained by the schizo tangents. In fact, there was a bunch of other comments that literally said that, so if you're pretending...
Bro, they're just mad that Synthetic Man is unironically very entertaining. Like, that's the thing, bros. I don't agree with Synthetic Man on literally fucking everything, but the dude is undeniably entertaining, and he has genuine fucking takes, which is very fucking rare in today's YouTube climate.
Oh, Synthetic Man just can't take criticism. That wasn't even a criticism. It was just a backhanded insult, and I don't know why you guys are pretending to be autistic when obviously you all came from the same few websites to shit on my video.
I don't think the problem is they're pretending to be autistic. They probably are. And this is the only social contact they have with the outside world.
Certain level, there's almost no reason to even address any more comments because none of them critiqued my video in any way. A lot of these obsessed losers even went to my community post where I was just pointing out, yeah, somebody linked my video on Twitter and there's some delusional takes. I just don't understand what the point of this is. You're not convincing anybody. You're just talking past all my audience. I don't think any of these people understand the nature of debate. The whole point of it is to convince a third neutral party to your side. These are a bunch of lunatics all talking to each other. The type of people who will call you an incel when they themselves have never had sex. This is why we need to bring back asylums, unironically, and I don't care if these people are abused because they deserve it. You're really telling me these people should have the right to vote. The type of people
who
man. Are quite literally not a part of society. They probably don't even pay taxes.
I agree, dude. If you don't pay taxes, you shouldn't be able to vote.
Not that I think anybody should at this point with our traitorous government, but these are the type of people who are getting paid disability. Disabilities they don't even fucking have, like autism. I guarantee they're not even autistic. And gender dysphoria sure as hell shouldn't be getting any money. The type of people who shout trans rights at the top of their lungs and then can't even tell you what the fuck that means. You have all the same rights I do. But no, they think free surgery is a right. Chopping your dick off is something that the taxpayer should take the burden of. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? And to make a year-old reference, they can't even define what a woman is. A woman is anyone who says they're a woman. They don't even know what a definition is because all their words have multiple definitions. Doublespeak, right? Rules for thee and not for me. I just can't get over the fact that these people never argue in good faith. Like the person pointing out that I put my fetish in the thumbnail. I purposely made that thumbnail because it was funny, and I know Nintendo fans and cuckoldry go together like peanut butter and jelly. It was obviously clickbait to catch people's attention. I think everyone
It is true, man. My wife's boyfriend bought me a Nintendo Switch so I have something to do while he's fucking her.
Understood that.
That's like one of the oldest fucking memes,
It is a complete waste
man.
of time to argue with these people because they won't even address any of your points. Because half these people didn't even fucking play the game. This is literally just about politics. That's it. I don't think I need to tell you something that a million other political channels have already told you, whether it's left or right, that the American people has become completely and utterly obsessed with politics 24/7, including me. I will admit that I think about this shit way too fucking much, especially when it doesn't actually affect my day-to-day life. I mean, yes, I am a YouTuber, so it actually affects me more than it affects most people, let's be honest. But even so, I definitely obsess over it too much. But when I see this shit, it just gets fucking sad after a certain point. I don't feel bad for them because, like I said, they made their bed, now they gotta lie in it, right? They don't even like our current president, but because they have to vote blue no matter who, they'll defend their ideology to their death anyway. And why is that? Because they're all fucking depressed. For as much as they'll tell you to seek therapy, none of them are happy. The men are virgins, and the women have been single for years, especially all the ones over 30. They're gonna die drowning in cat piss, dude. On some level, that is sad. As much as I like to be an edgelord, and I will dehumanize my opponents as much as they do, because you might as well fight fire with fire, right? On some level, I am legitimately more empathetic than they are, because the more I think about it, it is just fucking tragic. I'm not happy that these people are like this. I don't want people to be pathetic and weak. I want people to be strong, to fight off the demons, to go into the schizo angle again. But again, since I'm not actually religious, I mean more metaphorical demons, certain disproportionately powerful groups of people. Which ironically, that belief aligns perfectly with the leftists, but since they have no principles, they don't ever actually fight anything. Except for them rightoids. Those heckin' right-wingers just want to kill all the trans people. That's what they actually believe. See, I'm not entirely sure why I even made this video. I wouldn't be shocked if I get a strike in my channel or worse for this, but I just had to air out some of my grievances. In worst case scenario, this will end up on Patreon because I do want people to see this, so maybe they do understand my actual beliefs a little bit more. I'm not gonna pull a Sam Hyde and pretend that it's all comedy or something when most of his viewers know that he is definitely more of a radical right-wing guy, even if he does ham up some of his beliefs for comedy's sake. You can just watch some of his older advice videos and you'll get a good idea of what he really thinks. No, me, I'm way too honest. I've never been a good liar. I will ham up certain shit, but even when I do, I couldn't help but label it a schizo tangent because I have self-awareness. Again, unlike the leftists who brigaded the video. It is not worth your time in any way to debate them. They are thoroughly demoralized, as Yuri Bezmenov would say. So they might as well just be bug people or NPCs or some kind of slug subhuman.
They will be eating the bugs. That's for fucking sure. They'll be the first ones to be like, oh my god, give me a cricket burger. SNK Nostalgia with the two. I'm a centrist. One side versus one side is dumb as fuck. I wouldn't even say I'm a centrist. I'm just focused on myself. If it doesn't directly affect my life, I genuinely don't give a fuck. I think that's how most people should be. Stop playing for a fucking team. Just care about yourself and what impacts you and the people around you. That's it. Just that easy. Weaponized schizophrenia with the two. The internet made me into a robot supremacist. At least robots aren't fucking stupid. You tell them to do something and they do it. There is some appeal to that.
Human thing, really not worth engaging with on any level. I look forward to reading some of their comments on this video. See you next time, guys.
Like, how the fuck do you look at this shit and not realize it's a fucking meme, bro? Like, it's literally Link getting pissed that Zelda's about to get blacked, bro. Like, how do they not fucking realize that's a meme? They're like, oh, that's your fetish, bro. Getting cocked. It's like...
Bruh.
That is a good thumbnail, man. I do like that. That shit's fucking funny. I mean, the only thing that could have made it better is like if it was Link right there and Zelda was on the couch and then 5 Ganondorfs were standing behind her. Like, that would be, I think, the peak fucking meme of that.
Bruh.
Like, I think that's the only way you could fucking improve it, is have Zelda sitting on a couch and then 5 Ganondorfs. What were the enemy types called? The Shadow Ganons or whatever? Put 5 Shadow Ganons behind Zelda on a fucking white couch. There you go. There you fucking go, man. That is the fucking, that's the way to do it. Lord Pothead Investor with the 2. Does that happen in the game? What the fuck? Well, it's always been kind of a, not with Zelda, but with Mario, that Bowser's actually taken Peach to Pound Town. And Peach just is looking for an excuse to get away from Mario and his little mushroom tip. Yeah, dude, the people who say they have an issue with Zelda being sexualized, I guarantee you either have furry porn or like some fucking weird anime shit in their fucking likes on Twitter. 100%. Like, there was no issue with Link cross-dressing and shit, but God forbid you have a fucking cuck meme in your thumbnail. Like, bruh. I don't know.
You know,
like, what is the most recent? I'm curious. Very organic comment. Oh, I hate these because it's so obvious that they don't actually fucking watch you. Because, like, bro, this video was uploaded 5 days ago. If you were an actual sub, you wouldn't be commenting fucking 33 minutes ago. Like, these are so obviously fucking fakes and frauds, bro. Yeah, there is a lot of grooming shit in Japanese media. Like, bro, isn't there, like, literally entire genres of, like, fucking hentai and shit where it's, like, literally, you know, what's the fucking, like, literal fucking grooming, right? Like, it's about, they have, like, fucking series and shit where it's, like, I mean, obviously it's not, like, the stepdad shit, because it's, like, actual fucking kids and shit. Where it's like literally like these adults will like rape kids and things like that and like make them into fucking like sex slaves and shit. Like, there's some fucked up shit in like Japanese stuff, bro. The Japanese are fucking major degenerates when it comes to their fucking porn and everything like that. I mean, even the whole fucking step fantasy stuff is degenerate as fuck. But, like, the Japanese take it to a different level, and they make that shit, like, blood relation, child with, like, 50-year-old men. Like, it's creepy, man. Absolutely fucking creepy. I mean, bro, even in Fire Emblem 3 Houses, you literally groom your future fucking, like, spouse as a teenager when they're in fucking high school. Like, it's weird, man. It's very fucking weird. Like, you groom the person while they're still a fucking kid, and then when the time skip happens, you fucking marry them. It's like, bro, what? But it's okay, man. It's anime, so. If they did that shit in like a TV show or a fucking like, you know, Western RPG or something like that, people would be like fucking all over that shit. I heard of one manga artist who drew a kindergartner getting raped by an old man. But dude, it's just a drawing, man. It's just a drawing, bro. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a drawing. It's just a drawing, guys. Like, come on. No child was actually hurt. Let me jerk off to it. You know, forget the fact that I'm fantasizing about a 50-year-old man raping a kid. But, you know, just let me have my fantasy, guys. It's not hurting anyone. You sick fuck. Only thing they deserve is to be fucking lined up facing a fucking wall and a firing squad just going crazy on them. Oh my god, dude. Those fucking degenerates. Ugh. Disgusting. Alright. So we'll watch this real quick. And then I'm probably gonna hop off because it's late. Bro, it's almost 4. What the fuck? Damn.
I'm not gonna put it in a bottle and breastfeed it to you.
Damn, I wish it was back to the fucking gameplay. The gameplay should have never left.
I'm not gonna put it in a bottle and breastfeed it to you.
You want to hear something about Quantum TV and Elden Ring? I have a surprise. Subscribe to RTU streams where I live stream, link below in the description. I won't breastfeed you the link.
Dude, I 100%. So that's the thing with British Potato or whatever. That's the reason he hasn't been uploading on the archive channel, is because he got a strike because of year-old fucking Gordon Flowers videos we watched on stream. Like, it took them a year to issue strikes on streams we watched because we watched pedo hunting videos. Like, bro, there's no fucking chance I could leave these streams up on my channel. Because who fucking knows when the strike would come through? It could take a fucking year. It could take 3 years. You never have any idea. So you gotta be careful. That's what I mean. It's like, that's what I told him at first. It's like, bro, I delete them because I don't want the strike. But if you want to re-upload them, that's fine. Like, that's on you. But yeah, the reason I delete them is for the fucking strike potential.
Skip it up and that up. Hello everyone, Rich of Review Tech USA here, and I'm going to take you back many moons ago to early 2022, where a young, handsome Christian straight man named Quantum TV gave a review of Elden Ring. And he said stupid things that made no sense and were factually wrong. I'll stop with the stupid whatever the hell of storytelling accent I was doing there. We remember the Elden Ring review, right? Where he was saying things that were factually wrong, and he made it like, oh, you're just mad at me.
Did anyone actually think he played the game? Because I don't think anyone actually did.
Because I don't like the game. And he proceeded to make videos telling people to harm themselves if they didn't agree with his review, then to take down those videos. Then he said that he meant, oh, I meant if you died in the game. I didn't mean for you to get hurt. No, you didn't, Quantum. You meant for the people who disagreed with you on your review and who said things that hurt your feelings.
Merc with the 5. Hey, Griff, been busy all month. Happy marketing month. That's right, man. My boyfriend broke up with me recently because he found out I'm gay. Damn, man. That's rough. But, hey, it happens to the best of us. It's pretty shitty. Should have waited at least until Pride Month, but hey. But glad you're doing all right, man. Stay strong.
To hurt themselves. That's what you really meant. And he, like, consistently, to this day, he thinks that, and I'll say it again in every single video, to this day, Quantum, when I first heard of your crazy ass, I didn't even play the game yet. 0 hours.
All right. To Quantum TV's credit, though. All right. I will give him this. The FromSoft community is one of the most autistically fucking obsessed communities on planet Earth. 100%. Like, you say anything negative about a FromSoft game, they will fucking meat ride your ass into the fucking ground. Like, anything negative. Like, I remember when I said that Elden Ring had a dog shit story, and then I changed my mind and said, never mind, it doesn't even have a complete story, so it can't be dog shit because it doesn't fucking exist. I had a bunch of fucking dipshits in my chat going like, oh my god, bro, you're a fucking dumbass. Like, you know, all these people losing their fucking minds. Because God forbid you say anything negative about a FromSoft game. Same thing when I criticized Armored Core. Oh, he just fucking sucks at the game, bro. The Armored Core is great. He's just fucking hating on it. Ooh, like, no, it's called an opinion, you fucking retards. So, I will give Quantum credit. Because a large number of people that were shitting on him, I guarantee you, were just a bunch of fucking Elden Ring meat riders. Now, in Rich's case, that was not. But, same thing happened with me when I, like, bought my fucking 3090, man. If you go to the comment section of that video where I talk about my 3090 breaking, there's, like, all these fucking morons in there, like, going, oh my god, bro, you should have bought an AMD card instead. Like, you're the reason my PC gaming is more expensive than it's ever. It's like, holy fuck, man. So, I've experienced that firsthand. So, I'm sure Quantum did experience a bunch of fucking dipshits, you know, unable to take the fact that someone dared to dislike a FromSoft game. But in the case of Rich, that was not the case, because I don't think Review Tech even liked FromSoft games prior to Elden Ring. And I don't think he played Elden Ring until Quantum started shitting on him.
0. So it wasn't that I was fanboying for the game, but you said things like, every time you died, you lost all of your equipment. No, wrong. You just lose your runes. And a matter of fact, you can go back and get them. It shows you where they are in the map where you died. It was a great review, Quantum. It was excellent. But it wasn't even that your review was terrible and that you said things that made no sense. You quadrupled down and attacked anybody who criticized your review and actually put out takedown requests when people used your footage, which was completely fair use, talking about how bad your take was. So,
have I ever met Quantum's wife? No, I don't fucking want to either. I have zero interest in talking to Quantum's wife. Dude, I really don't give a fuck about Quantum's divorce, bro. People get divorced all the fucking time. I don't give a shit.
There?
It's got nothing to do with me.
Are you out there? Are you listening? Listen to this. According to Quantum's wife, he never played the game or bought it.
Whoa. I definitely didn't... I definitely didn't see that coming. Like, did anyone actually think he bought the game? I didn't even know that was up for debate. Like, I'm pretty sure it was pretty obvious he never fucking played it.
I'm not kidding. This is on the community post of Anonymous's YouTube channel, and this is what it has to say. Can anyone trust a word ever out of this man's mouth? Here we go. X admits Quantum never even played Elden Ring. He made it all up, then defended his shit hot take with zero gameplay experience whatsoever. No wonder the community was outraged. I wasn't outraged. I just thought his response to people not liking his review was bizarre, and how angry he got at that was bizarre, which it's even more bizarre now. We already knew he at best maybe got to the gate front at Limgrave.
Quantum is a baiter, bro. Like, that's the whole fucking gimmick he has. Is like he starts drama to bring attention to his channel. And this time, the drama got too big for him to manage. But that's how Quantum grows his fucking presence online. He starts gay internet drama, tries to transition from it, picking up subs every once in a while. But in the case of Elden Ring,